And this is Paul Huth. Is there any chance I can get in a breakout room real quick with Alex Henry?
I'm live.
The 14th District Court is now in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge James Cedric Simpson presiding.
And good morning. Court does call the case of Arbor Manor Townhomes versus Jasmine Billings.
Good morning, Your Honor. Paul Hewitt, P 31986, appearing on behalf of Arbor Manor Townhouses.
Alex Henry on behalf of the defendant, Jasmine Billings.
Your Honor, I'm pleased to advise that after a long conversation that the parties have come to terms of an agreement in the form of a consent judgment that Alex, with your permission, I'll put on the record and will allow you to confirm. This originated as a non-payment case. The parties would like to convert this to a termination case with a move-out date of November 30th, 2023. Failure to move by that date will result in a writ issuing. The case is converted to a termination case. There will be a dismissal as to J. Billings and the dismissal as to her counterclaim without prejudice. If the tenant vacates and turns in the keys by November 30th, the parties will cooperate to set aside the judgment. The landlord shall provide a neutral reference. There are no money damages reflected in this judgment. We would ask that the court adopt this for entry.
Yes, Your Honor, that is my understanding.
All right, very good. I will indicate that case is resolved by way of a consent judgment. Order to follow. How soon will we get that?
I have it prepared and I just got ready to push send to Alex when you called the case. Alex, with your permission, may I sign this consent with the terms I just put on the record?
Yes.
All right, so we'll get that today.
Yeah, half an hour.
And I'll sign off. Thank you guys for working it out.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Alex. Have a good weekend. Bye.
Okay. Blue Herring Point Apartments versus Mary Jordan.
Good morning, Your Honor. Christopher Borkin, appearing on behalf of the plaintiff.
Good morning, Perry Bauer, student attorney with the Michigan Civil Criminal Litigation Clinic, requesting permission to practice under Michigan Court Rule 8.120 under the supervision of Sarah Sallin. And Ms. Jordan is here today, as well as my partner, Ryan Comrie.
Okay, very good. I guess permission to practice is granted.
Thank you.
Good. All right. What are we doing on this?
Your Honor, I'm happy to report the parties were able to reach the terms of a resolution. We believe—
Get out! Really? No, I'm kidding.
Finally.
I'm just, sorry.
We did it. We think we can reach the terms of a conditional dismissal. We're just hammering out the final numbers. It's just a matter of like getting the exact amount of what utilities were in November, or sorry, in October, and making sure that those are all incorporated. It's just going to be a flat payment plan. Balance will be due by November 30th. It will contain a specific amount owed for November. It won't say any balance, including all charges due. It'll have the specific amount, and it'll be signed by counsel for both sides. So I think if we just adjourn this matter for a control date on that order, we will have it in before that date.
Ms. Bauer, is that
Yeah, that sounds great to us. Like Mr. Borkin said, we just need a bit more time to specify the details, and then it should be all set.
all right? How much time do you guys need? I have the 27th and I have the 3rd. Which date would you like?
I think the 27th is enough time. Do you all?
That works for us as well.
I'll adjourn this matter then to October 27th, 2023 at 10 a.m. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Well,
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
it's a good way to start my day. I'm sure it's going to go downhill from here, but all right. Court does call the case, Spice Tree Apartments versus Alexander Ashley.
Christopher Borkin for the plaintiff. You know, you called another one of my cases when you said it was going downhill. So,
No, I just, I got a whole other like 108 people I gotta see, so it's not gonna be any of these. The tenant is not checked in. Would you like to take a default, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Plaintiff would request a default judgment of possession only for non-payment of rent. Rent to retain is $1,818.24. Court costs are $158, totaling $1,976.24. Plaintiff would request a writ be issued in 10 days if that amount is not paid in full.
Judgment to the plaintiff, that is by default for possession, redemption amount in the amount requested, writ to issue in 10 days.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Spice Tree Apartments versus Foster Worley.
Christopher Borkin for the plaintiff.
They have not checked in. You may proceed.
Plaintiff would request a default judgment of possession only for non-payment of rent. Rent to retain is $329.77. Court costs are $158, totaling $487.77. Plaintiff would request a default a writ to be issued in 10 days if that amount is not paid in full.
Judgment to the plaintiff by default for possession, redemption amount in the amount requested, writ issue 10 days. Spice Tree Apartments versus Maxwell, is it Miyasato?
Christopher
And is it Pame Miyasato? Go ahead, sir.
Christopher Borkin for the plaintiff.
These tenants are not checked.
They are not checked in. You may proceed.
Your Honor, could we actually adjourn this matter? I believe this is a dismissal coming from our office. I just am not certain at this exact moment.
All right. I'll adjourn this to October 27th, 2023, 10 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court does call the case of Valley Ranch Apartments versus Maribel Lopez.
Christopher Borkin for the plaintiff.
Not checked.
Maribel Lopez, they are not checked in. You may proceed.
Plaintiff would request a default judgment of possession only for non-payment of rent. Rent to retain is $3,978.13. Court costs are $158, totaling $4,136.13. Plaintiff would request a writ to be issued in 10 days if that amount is not paid in full.
Judgment to the plaintiff by default for possession, redemption amount in the amount requested, writ to issue in 10 days. Valley Ranch versus Lay Randall, that matter is dismissed on plaintiff's motion without prejudice. And I think that's it. It didn't go downhill. See? It's not going to be you. It's going to be somebody else.
All right,
All right, sir.
not. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
All right. Thank you. Have a good weekend. Court stands in recess.
Hello? Hello?
This is Ryan Poor. Am I in the right spot? Is this Judge Simpson?
Hello?
Yeah, is this Judge Simpson?
It says so, but I'm just like you, a guy waiting to get heard in
Oh,
court.
gosh. Got you. So can you hear the court?
No, I can't hear anything. I just see myself on here.
Got you. All right.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
So call your case as soon as they come on TV or on the screen.
Thank you.
You can shut your camera off also.
What you doing?
I'm live.
The 14th District Court is now back in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
Good morning. Court does call the case of Bridgewood Apartments versus Alicia Mitchell, Alexis Jimerson, and Alonzo Mitchell.
Judge, good morning. Robert Novak appearing on behalf of the plaintiff.
None of these tenants checked in.
None of the tenants have checked in. Would you like to proceed, sir?
Judge, yes, it's their motion to set aside a judgment that was entered. Judge, I looked at their motion. They've had 11 NSF checks since the beginning of the year. They've made a couple of payments nowhere near the amount that was due and owing in the judgment. And as of today's date, there's almost $4,400 due and owing. I would ask that you deny the motion and allow us to proceed with issuing the writ.
Hello? I just had a box light up, Mr.
Yes,
Noel.
687.
The individual whose phone number ends in, is that 687?
Yes.
In 687? Could you please identify yourself? Number ending in 687, please identify. There's no response from them. I'm going to assume that it's not them. The defendants in this matter having failed to appear, and also on the sufficiency of the motion itself, the motion is denied. Plaintiff may proceed. And what I will do so that counsel, so that you know, escrow If I can spell it, escrow is released to plaintiff.
Judge,
And
thank you.
so that you know, that amount of escrow is $1,364 will be released to plaintiff.
And I'll submit a new order of eviction, Judge.
All right, very good.
Have a
Thank
good
you, sir.
weekend. Bye-bye.
You do the same. Court does call the case of Augusta Woods versus Misty Gooch.
Good morning, Danny Horn, P81774 for plaintiff.
Misty Gooch? Ms. Gooch is not present. Would you like to proceed, sir?
Yes, Your
Well,
Honor.
this is also their motion to set aside.
That's correct.
Misty Gooch? Defendant having failed to appear, and also on the sufficiency of their motion. Their motion is denied. Plaintiff may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And the escrow, so that you are aware, is released to plaintiff. And counsel, so that you're aware, that's $548.
Thank you. Did you need us to prepare an order?
No, we're all set regarding the, no, we don't need an order. We're good.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls case of Augusta Woods versus Antoinette Eddings and Timothy Eddings.
Danny Horn for plaintiff.
They are not checked in.
They are not checked in. Eddings? No response. Would you like to proceed, sir?
Yes, Your Honor, we would request a possession default judgment.
I need you to raise your right hand first.
Yep.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defendant's failure to appear, we'd request a possession default judgment for the following amounts. Rent to retain, $1,355.32. Costs, $160, for a total of $1,515.32 with a 10-day writ period, if not paid or vacated by them.
Judgment to the plaintiff by default for possession. Redemption amount is in the amount requested. Writ issue 10 days.
Thank you.
Augusta Woods versus Paul Reedy. That matter is dismissed on plaintiff's motion without prejudice.
Thank you.
Beal Properties versus Mike Lucas.
Danny Horn for plaintiff.
I believe Mr. Lucas was present.
Yes.
State your name, sir.
Michael Lucas.
All right. At the last hearing, there was $3,592 claimed owing. Plaintiff or defendant was claiming the money was in escrow due to repair issues. Have you submitted a list of repair issues to them, sir?
Yes, sir, I have. What happened? I've been living here about a little year and 3-4 months, and pay my rent on time all the time. And I asked them to fix some stuff, and they didn't want to fix it. So I put the money in escrow, and they started fixing all the stuff, except I have a problem with them with the kitchen fan. They were supposed to put a kitchen fan in there because I live upstairs in like an attic here, and stove right there, it's a slanted roof like an attic. So they said they were going to put the fan in, then it was going to cost too much. So they come here since last week, started to put a fan in and didn't want to put it right. So it's hanging in there where I can't even cook now because it's hanging so low. I can't even get my head under there to get in the stove, and it's not even working. So I called them again. They said, "Hey, don't worry, we're going to put a fan in. We're going to get a new one." But they're not doing anything. They don't want to spend the money to fix it, which they said they would because it's required in this place. So I'm not paying them. And I've been going through this stuff with them for the last.
What I need to have happen is I need you to file a written answer. You need to do that within a week. So the written answer will be due, what's 1 week out for me?
1 week out is the 27th.
You need to file a written answer by October 27th, 2023. I will order escrow. How much is monthly rent?
the rent is 1,045, and
Is
they
that
also
correct?
they charge me
Yeah.
for water 27 more a month. I have it in a separate account in Huntington.
His numbers are correct, Your Honor.
That's
And they're
27. So can you give me a prorated amount of $1,072? Yes. What's today, 20th?
And
So,
I have 3 months
yeah,
of their
11.
3 months of their
Okay, I'm gonna order 393. So escrow, you need to deposit $393 into escrow. That's prorated for October. And then you need to rent, the amount of the escrow will be $1,072 per month. That starts in November. That needs to be deposited with the court. Counsel, I need you to prepare an escrow order if you would, please, sir.
Of course, thank you.
And I'll adjourn this matter then to November 3rd, 2023 at 12 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls case BO Properties versus yAPLnv4Z1i8.
I'm here, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, Danny Horn for plaintiff.
And defendant is present. All right. The claim I had was 2238 owing.
Your Honor, there's an update on that. There's been a little bit of a payment. It appears the total balance of rent is $1,975 with the $188 in cost. Now the total is $2,163.
I made 475 payment yesterday.
Okay, you'll have to speak up, ma'am. I need that turned up, please.
I made a $475 payment yesterday.
475.
Yes. And the rest of
Okay.
it, I'm paying, I'm considered with the tax. So the next payment will be on the 31st for the full amount, including
Oh, the
November
full
rent.
amount? You're gonna pay the full amount by the 31st?
On the 31st, I'll pay full amount with next month's rent.
With next month's rent. So you plan on having everything done by the 31st?
Correct, yes.
All right. Well, she's made some payments and she's down. We're at 2163. If she made the 475, then we're in the $1,500 range. How much is monthly rent?
2032, I believe.
Say again, ma'am?
2032.
232? Oh, 2032. All right. What I'm going to do is I'll take a chance, but if it doesn't, I'm just going to give a judgment. I'm not going to hear anything because you told me you'd pay everything by the 31st. I'll adjourn this to November 3rd, 2023 at noon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court calls the case of BO Properties versus Allen Field and Docket.
Danny Horn for plaintiff.
Theo, Cope. They are not present. You may proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would request a possession default judgment with rent to retain of $1,988.92, cost of $188 for a total of $2,176.92, payable within 10 days from the signature.
Judgment to the plaintiff by default for possession, redemption amount in the amount requested, writ issue in 10 days.
Thank you.
BO Properties versus Alicia Up the Grove, Newbern. And Brandon Knox.
Danny Horn for plaintiff.
I do not have these tenants checked.
Are either Neither of these are checked in. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. We request a possession default judgment. Rent to retain is $465, cost of $188 for a total of $653 payable in 10 days from your signature.
Judgment to the plaintiff, that's by default for possession, redemption amount, any amount requested, writ issue in 10 days.
You.
Beal Properties versus Lawrence Wilson.
Danny Horn for plaintiff.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm here, Lawrence Wilson.
Good morning. All right. I had 1436 claimed owed.
Your Honor, there's been a payment since then.
Pardon, there has been?
Yes, there has. And I believe Mr. Wilson was able to speak with one of my colleagues, and we'd be willing to enter into a conditional dismissal with a November 1st move out date.
Okay. And so they're going to release him from his lease.
Yes, if he's to vacate by 11/1, then this case would be and remain dismissed.
All right. Mr. Wilson, you indicated you're in recovery right now, correct?
Yes, sir. I'm actually at work right now at the Detroit Recovery Project.
Okay. So are you going to be able to get everything out of the unit by November 1st?
Yes, sir. I talked to my new landlord last night, and she is supposed to be following up with me on Monday. She knows about what I'm going through with this proceeding, and I told her that I have to be out by the 1st, and she said that they are more than sure that they will be able to have my keys. She told me to call her back on Monday.
Okay, very good. So what I will do is I will mark this file as a conditional dismissal, and then I'll just indicate order to follow.
And Your Honor, may I ask Mr. Wilson if I have permission just to add that his name to the agreement, just to have him vacate on or before the 1st of November?
Yes, I will do that.
All right. And Mr. Wilson, I do have to advise you, since you're entering into this agreement, you have 3 business days to think about it. Since you're unrepresented by counsel, if there's some confusion, misunderstanding on your part, or some right you didn't assert, you have to file a motion within 3 days of the time I sign that. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Conditionally dismissed. I'll get the order and then I'll sign off on it. And Mr. Wilson, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you. And thank you, Attorney Horn.
Thank you. Your Honor.
Beal Properties versus Lovelace, Damian Lovelace, and Beal Properties versus Jaden Eskridge. Those matter. There's another. Oh, it's different complex. Those Beal property matters are dismissed on plaintiff's motion.
Your Honor, I'm actually, I have one case in circuit court that was 8:30. They called me in. Could you possibly pass my remaining matters for the time being so I can wrap that one up?
You're the only one left, but I'll let you wrap that up and we'll just go into recess. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
All right, court will be in brief recess, and once counsel comes back, I'll call the remaining cases of Westridge and Whitaker Oaks. Okay, court's in recess.
Dismissed, Your Honor, right?
What's your name, sir?
Lovelace.
Yes, Mr. Lovelace, your case is dismissed.
All righty. Thank you very much. You have a good afternoon, Your Honor.
You do the same, sir.
Thank you.
That was very quick. I'm all set whenever the judge is.
Have y'all called Whitaker Oaks yet?
You back, counsel? Okay. Okay, are you back, counsel? You all set? Can you hear me? I did.
Then I don't know.
Mr. Horan, can you hear me? Mr. Horan? I don't think he can hear me. It's all on.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Now I can. I
Okay.
don't know what happened. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, I thought something was in our system, but. Yes, ma'am.
I think we're on Westridge.
Yes, we are on Westridge. Westridge Mobile Home Park versus Jessica Holloway. That matter is dismissed on plaintiff's motion without prejudice. Whitaker Oaks versus Scott. Is that Ayudo?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Danny Horn for plaintiff.
Okay, where are we on this case? The last claim was for $2,088.50. I think that's 7 cents.
Your Honor, I have 54 cents.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I intended to pay this today. I'm waiting on my Social Security check to deposit my account. I still believe it will happen sometime today. It just isn't there yet. If I could have just today or a few more days to take care of this, it will be taken care of.
The whole thing?
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm
hoping to take care of it this afternoon. I'm hoping the check will still come in this afternoon and I can get this done before the end of the day. But at the very latest, I should have it by the 24th or the 25th at the very latest. But I'm hoping today.
Okay. Here's what I'll do. I'll adjourn this matter out one more week, give you a shot to do that. October 27th, 2023 at 11 a.m. Get that paid as soon as you can so they can send a dismissal in and you won't have to come back and see me.
Okay.
Right?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I will.
All right. Take care.
Thank you. You have a good day. Thank you.
You do the same.
Thank you.
Whitaker Oaks versus Orangel Gardner.
Danny Horn for plaintiff.
This tenant is not checked in.
Gardner. They are not here. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would request a possession default judgment. Rent to retain is $1,395.30. Cost $160 for a total of $1,555.30 payable in 10 days from your signature.
Judgment to the plaintiff by default for possession, redemption amount, any amount requested, writ to issue in 10 days.
Thank you.
Whitaker Oaks versus.
Your Honor.
Hello.
So I'm so sorry to interrupt you. My name is Maribel Gonzalez. I was informed my court was at 10 a.m.
Hold on. What's your name again?
Maribel Gonzalez Lopez. And for some reason, I got on the mail the wrong password, and I keep logging into here.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes.
Who's your complex?
Valley Branch, sir.
Okay, that was called at 9 o'clock. Was it a default? Okay, that was a default judgment, Ms. Gonzalez. You'll have to file a motion to set it aside. Do we have the amount? Hang on one moment, ma'am. Let me see if we can get you the amount that it was issued for.
$4,136.13.
$4,136.13. The default judgment was issued for. You would have to come to the courthouse, file a motion to set aside that default judgment, ma'am. I don't even have the attorney here at this time, okay?
Okay, so can I pay this and take it off?
The 4,000?
Yes.
Absolutely. You can go, if you have the funds to pay it.
I'll have it by next week on Friday.
Okay, that's the 27th.
Yes.
So you have 10 days, the default judgment, you have 10 days to pay it. So you
Okay.
could do it one of two ways. You can bring cash to the court and file a motion to set it aside so that you don't have a judgment. Or what you can do is go right to your landlord on the 27th when you have the funds and you just pay the full amount. Either
Gotcha.
way.
Gotcha. Okay, so from today, I got 10 days to pay it. If not, I get evicted.
Correct.
Correct. Okay, thank you so much, Your Honor, and sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
Goodbye, Your Honor. Have a nice day.
You do the same.
Thank you.
Was I in the middle of poor?
Yes, you were calling it.
Whitaker Oaks versus Ryan Poor
Danny Horn for plaintiff.
and James Poor.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Okay, who are you?
Ryan Poor.
687.
Yep.
All right. I had, the claim was 1441.24. The defendant indicated he would pay 650 that day. That was on the 13th of October, and the rest of it by today.
Yes, sir.
Did we get the 650 paid, counsel? Do we see that?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the remaining rent itself is $631.24. If you add the costs of $160, it's now $791.24.
Okay. So, Mr. Poor, you can get that paid today?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to go right to the bank. I was just trying to wait after this court hearing.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. Okay, so here's what I'll do. So try to prevent you having a judgment. I'll adjourn this out 1 week, get it paid today so that then they can just send in a dismissal and nobody, and then nobody has to appear. Okay?
Yep. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. That's October 27th at 11 a.m. Correct? All right. I'll adjourn it out. All right, Mr. Port. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Whitaker Oaks versus Ann Smith.
Danny Horn for plaintiff.
She did not check it.
Ann Smith. I've got one. I've got two people, but I don't. Nobody's answering. Someone has called in, last three digits, 067. If you hit *6, that will unmute you.
Hello?
Hello, what's your name?
Ellen Teal?
Say again, please.
Ellen Teal. It's Thiel.
Thiel, we called that.
IEL.
IEL.
Yeah.
Pardon? Who's your landlord?
It is through, I'm through with Beal Properties.
Yeah, it's a Beal. I think it was. Oh, we did call it, but you're counsel on that, so.
I couldn't figure out how to use my phone.
Hang on a second. Do we have,
Okay.
do we still have that file? Or did they take them all down?
Yeah.
Mr. Allen? Do we still have the files? Theo property, Theo?
It would end in 3161.
They already went down. Okay, what did we do on that case?
Your Honor, I can give you some perspective. We did a default judgment on that one.
Okay. And what was the total amount?
The total with rent and cost is $2,176.92.
What? No way. I don't even know anything about that.
Sorry?
I didn't, hang on to what? Hang on a second, I'm doing two things at once. Can I do some type of plan?
I'm sorry?
can I do a plan, like some kind of plan where I can pay like so much, like now and, or like in a, like over like a 60-day period or something, or a 30-day period?
I don't know if the landlord is willing to enter into that. Have you talked to your landlord directly?
I have, I don't even know if I have or not. I don't remember, I don't think I have. Here, I've had a hard time trying to get a hold of them though.
I'm having a hard time hearing you. You're gonna have to back up from your microphone, ma'am.
Okay, I have not talked to them about it yet.
Okay. So
But
what
I
I'm gonna
can-
do, go ahead.
But I can pay it like in payments, like over a short
No,
period of time, not too short. But
I understand what you're saying, but November's coming up. So what I'm gonna suggest to you is to do one of
Okay.
two things since I've entered the default. You can file a motion to set aside the default judgment, and then I'll hear that. But what you may want to do is go talk to your landlord and see if you can work something out in terms of a payment.
Oh, okay, I can do that.
Okay?
All right. All right, I appreciate that. Thank you for your help. All right.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
thank you, bye-bye.
All right. I think we were on Ann Smith. All right. And Ann Smith, there are no answers. You may proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. We request the possession default judgment. Rent to retain is $1,576.38. Cost of $160 for a total of $1,736.38. Payable 10 days from your signature.
Judgment to the plaintiff by default for possession, redemption amount in the amount requested, writ to issue in 10 days.
Thank you.
And I think that does it.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a good weekend.
Okay, you do the same, sir. And that's it for that block. We will stand in recess till our 11 o'clock call. Court's in recess.
Hello?
I'm live.
The 14-8 District Court is now back in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
And good morning. Century 21 Affiliate Properties versus Lorianne Pearson. That matter is dismissed on plaintiff's motion without prejudice. I guess I should have let you put your appearance on, huh? Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Carissa Gazari, hearing for plaintiff in that case.
Court does call the case of Evergreen versus Latasha Browning.
Carissa Gazari, appearing for plaintiff.
Ms. Brown is present.
Ms. Browning is here.
Yes.
Ms. Browning?
Latasha Browning. Sorry, sir.
Okay, there you are.
Yes.
Okay, I had that. The last hearing, there was a claim of $386.88. She was going to make a $75 payment that day. That was on the 13th. So what's her current balance?
Was the last hearing so now October rent has been added. So the current balance is $2,190.
Okay.
How?
Then you got a problem because the last hearing was on the 13th. Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Okay, Ms. Browning, we're going to mute you. Thank you. The last hearing was on the 13th, and it was $386.88. She was going to make a $75 payment, which would have brought her balance to around $300. And now you're indicating that there's $2,000 owed.
Yeah, let me see what the ledger looks like from the last hearing.
Pardon?
I'm gonna look at the ledger from the last hearing so I can see
Okay.
why it's so different. Oh, I see. So the way that the ledger was sent to me this time, I can't see the PHA payment. So, Your Honor, can you pass this one? I have to look at the ledger.
Sure. I will pass this matter. Okay, Ms. Browning, we've got you muted, but just hang on. We'll call your case back up. Evergreen Apartments versus Takia Young.
Carissa Gazari, appearing for plaintiff.
Not checked in.
Takia Young. They are not present. If you'd like to be sworn to take a default, you may.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do. Your Honor,
Go ahead.
the rent to retain possession is $147.85, court costs of $159 for a total redemption of $306.85. Plaintiff is requesting entry of a default judgment for possession with a writ to issue after 10 days if the total amount remains unpaid.
Judgment to the plaintiff. That is by default for possession. Redemption amount is in the amount requested with the writ issue in 10 days. No writ without a hearing.
Thank you.
Court has called the case of Evergreen versus Carmen Gina. Is it Bagata? That matter is dismissed on plaintiff's motion without prejudice.
Thank you.
Another one. Evergreen versus Kiona Johnson. That matter is also dismissed on plaintiff's motion without prejudice.
Thank you.
Glencoe Hills versus Malik. Is it Bogard?
Yes, present.
And Joshua Anderson.
Carissa Gazari, appearing from plaintiff.
All right. Bogard, I had a claim of $317.87 at the last hearing. Is that what we still have, or?
Yes, Your Honor.
No, it was
All
paid.
right. When did you pay it?
I'm his mom. I apologize. He travels with Eastern Michigan. He's a football player, but I ended up paying it last night.
And The individual on the phone also contacted our office. We have not yet heard back from our client whether that regarding confirmation of that payment. So if you want to adjourn it for 1 week. and I
Yeah,
can
I'll
confirm.
adjourn it out. And your mom on this?
Yes,
Okay. I didn't watch the game. Did they win last week?
yes, they did.
They did?
Yes.
All right. Well, I just had to deal with something important. That's what I needed to know. All right. What position does he play?
Defensive end.
Good man. And he's not small.
No. He's
Okay.
6'7",
All right.
6'7", almost 300 pounds.
That's about my size. Okay, not, but okay.
I do also have the screenshotted recorded of the payment of the confirmation number and stuff also.
Okay, it's okay, ma'am. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna adjourn it out to October 27th, 2023 at 12 noon. That payment, I believe you, is that it went in. They just have to get it on there, and if it does, it'll be dismissed. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Go Eagles. Court calls the case, Glencoe Hills versus Alan Williams.
Marissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff.
Not checked in.
And this individual is not checked in. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to proceed with a default judgment. The rent to retain possession is $2,593.48. Court costs of $158 for a total redemption of $2,751.48. Plaintiffs requesting entry of a default judgment for possession with a writ to issue after 10 days if the total amount remains unpaid.
Judgment to the plaintiff, that's by default for possession, redemption amount, any amount requested, writ to issue 10 days. Glencoe Hills versus Angela Newkirk Tucker and Craig Tucker.
Marissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff.
I'm here.
Okay, what's your name?
Angela Newkirk Tucker.
849, got it. Okay. All right. I had 213720 at the last hearing.
It's the same.
And defendant was going to pay 1629.
Yes, I paid majority. I paid all but $399 of it yesterday, and then I paid the remainder today.
Okay, so Ms. Gazari, what is your
I showed $2,137.20. So I don't show those payments yet reflected.
Okay.
I have the Zigo. I have the receipts from the Zigo, or however you say it.
Okay. Why don't we do this? Hang on, Ms. Newkirk Tucker. Do you want to pass this to see if everything got paid, or how do we want to do it?
So I guess just to clarify, the $16.99 was paid, or the full balance?
I agreed at the last hearing that I would pay $1,000, the base rent, which was $1,629 by today, which I did, and the late fees and court costs I think totaled $508. I won't be able to pay that till November 3rd.
Oh, okay. So there's still a balance on the account?
Yes, sir. Which is the late fees and court costs.
Okay, so right now, you're saying you owe about 500 and something.
Yes. But I agreed at the last hearing that I would pay the base rent, which was $1,629 by today, which I did.
Okay. Ms. Gazari, you want to pass it to see where it is, or how do you want to handle this? Okay. Ms. Newkirk Tucker, we're going to pass the matter. She's going to check with her client and see exactly where we are, okay? And then we'll figure out what we're going to do. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Court calls the case of Glencoe Hills versus Latrice Hargrove.
Marissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff.
Latrice Hargrove here.
Okay, you're here.
Yes.
I had at the last hearing 788.30 owing, and it says working on a payment plan. I don't know what that means.
It's the same amount that's still due.
Okay, ma'am, Ms. Hargrove?
Yes.
Who were you working on a payment plan with?
Well, not a payment plan. It was just for them to break down the balance because in September it was only $15. It went from $15 to $700 because of court costs and late fees for the utility and sewer. It's not for the rent.
Okay. But those things, if they're applied to your account, will become rent in the next month. Okay. So what I'm looking at is, how are you going to try to get this paid?
I already talked to the lady from the office. She's supposed to be, we're supposed to be I'm making payments towards paying it all off. Like she's breaking it down. She was supposed to email me the ledger.
So my notes from our client indicate that Ms. Hargrove is starting a new job and there's no payment date that she was able to provide yet.
Which is true.
Okay. So let me ask this, Ms. Hargrove, so we don't get into a big problem. When do you get paid next?
In 2 weeks. I just started.
So you don't get paid for 2 weeks?
Yep. I get tips.
Okay, but the thing is that means November rent is going to kick in. Okay,
Yes.
so here's what I'm going to do, Miss Hargrove, and I'll explain why I'm going to do it this way. Okay. So that November rent doesn't kick in, I'm going to issue a judgment finding no tribal issue after hearing for the total amount. So I'm going to enter the judgment for the $788.30. And I'll do that today. And then you'll have 10 days to either get that cleared up or to work with the landlord. But you don't get paid until you get paid on Fridays?
Yes.
Okay, so if I 20th the 3rd. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to extend your writ date to November 6th. Now you have to understand that's that Monday. Okay, so you have to understand that you got to either get that all cleared up or you got to work out something with the landlord in terms of getting it paid.
Yes, sir.
But what I don't want to do, and so that you understand I'm not penalizing you by issuing the judgment, I just don't want November rent to click in. This doesn't include November rent, but this will get you to a safe spot if you can get it cleared up by the 6th. You follow me?
Hello, yes. I don't know what happened. The volume just cut off. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. So you understand what I did?
Yes.
Right? Okay. Then that's where we'll have it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. Court calls the case of Glencoe Hills versus Brandon Ramirez.
Rebecca Gazari appearing for plaintiff. Oh, yeah.
Okay. And also Dalton Smith and Kelly, is it Smitke Bass?
None of them are checked in.
Any of those individuals present? Nobody has checked in. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. The rent to retain possession is $3,148. Court costs of $214 for a total redemption of $3,362.51. Plaintiffs requesting entry of a default judgment for possession with the writ to issue after 10 days if the total amount remains unpaid.
Judgment to the plaintiff. That's by default for possession. Redemption amount is in the amount requested. Writ issued 10 days. Glencoe Hills versus Donald Ward.
Carissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff.
You're at the access point.
All right, Mr. Ward, I see you there. Can you get yourself unmuted? Okay. If you hold down the space bar, that might do it for you. No, not yet. Can we send somebody in there? All right, it's okay, Mr. Ward. Just hang on there. We're sending somebody in to give you a hand. Somebody in there?
I hope so.
Okay, Mr. Ward, I'm gonna pass your matter. We're gonna get somebody in there to give you a hand, okay? Okay, somebody's coming in right now. I'll wait. Okay, Mr. Ward, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah,
Okay, now I can hear you. All right. I had that he owed $450.62 at the last hearing.
It's the same amount today, Your Honor, that's due and owing.
Okay, Mr. Ward,
yeah.
how are you gonna try to get that paid?
I mean, I can have it all paid off by next month. But here's the thing, Yana. It wasn't never a matter of me not wanting to pay the rent or couldn't pay the rent. What had happened, I'm on a voucher, okay? And I was paying $88 a month. Okay, so I paid the 88 for September and I paid the 88 for October, which all falls on the 1st. But when I got the October bill, it was $517. So I called the Susie, she the one that managed the Glen Coast Hill, and asked her how did my bill jump from 88 to 517. She said the rent has been raised. So then I asked her, I said, well, how much is my portion? She said $235. And my next question to her, well, why wasn't I notified of it? And whose job was it? Okay, CMA, which stands for Community Management Association, they pay the bulk of that. So she said, well,
okay.
So she said it was their responsibility. So I called them and I asked them, whose job is it to notify me of the raise? And they said that it was Susie's job. So I say, well, I'm getting, one said this, it was this job, the other one said that job. And I said, the only way to resolve it, I guess, is come to court.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Go ahead.
Okay, I got it, Mr. Ward.
Yeah.
So you're indicating to me you didn't get notice of the raise in your rent.
No, I didn't
by,
get
by whom?
I got the paperwork with me. The notice I got was in October. But what Susie's saying is that the raise kicked in September. And I mean, you know, I'm not doubting it, but I'm saying, how was I supposed to know that it kicked in, you know, September as opposed to October? I've been there 3.5 years. I ain't never not paid my rent.
No, okay. All right. I can do it one of two ways.
All right.
Mr. Ward. Okay. So I don't want you worrying about it. We can do it one of two ways. I can adjourn this out so that they can work out some plan because of the lack of notice. Or what I can do is I can do what's called freeze the number so that I'd issue a judgment right now. And then that would be what you'd have to pay off And you told me you could get that paid by when your check arrives at the first of the month.
Yeah.
So, and I'll give you that time to get it paid. All right. Which way would you want me to do it?
Yeah, because see, here the thing go on the notice, Yana, they charging me court costs plus late fees when I, you know what I'm saying, all this additional.
Okay, I got you. So here's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna adjourn this out 1 week, and Ms. Gazzari, if you could get in contact with the office there, see if there's anything we can do regarding the number and try to get this done. All right. Okay, Mr. Ward. So I'm gonna adjourn it out 1 week to the 27th at 12 p.m. And council's gonna contact the complex and see if something can be worked out for you regarding those other costs, okay?
Okay, I appreciate it.
All right. I'm not saying anything can be, but we're gonna give it a shot.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ward.
So altogether, you say it was 4 what?
That's owing.
Yeah.
It's $450.62.
All right.
But they're gonna break that apart and try to figure that out based upon what you're saying about the notice thing and see where we end up. Okay.
Yeah, because that was my only problem. You know.
I know. I hear you. I hear
Okay.
you. Okay.
All right.
All right. We'll get through it.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Now you now know how to operate Zoom perfectly, right?
Yeah. See, she didn't show me that part, with the
Okay.
with, she just said press this here, but she rolled something and
Okay. We'll have it all together. We'll see you next week. Okay, Mr. Ward?
All right.
All right. You take care. Have a good weekend.
Okay, you too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Court calls the case, Glencoe Hills versus Jerome Adams.
Marissa Gazzari appearing for plaintiff.
Hi, Tashima Adams on behalf of Jerome Adams.
Okay. And you are,
His cousin,
pardon?
Tashima Adams.
Okay. And you're related to Jerome?
Yes, his cousin.
Okay. Well, I can't really have you appear for him, but I had $2,435.38 that was owing on this.
It's
Do
the
you
same
know
amount.
how he, I'm sorry?
I just wanted to confirm it's the same amount now.
Okay. Do you know how he intends to have this paid, Ms. Adams?
Well, he was waiting on them to come and get the mold out of the bathroom. So there's like mold in the whole shower, and it's been like close to 2 months, and they still haven't resolved the issue. So
Your Honor,
that's
this is
why
the
the
first
rent
I've
was
heard of that.
withheld.
Ms. Gazzari, you know anything about that?
I do not, Your Honor. This is the first I've heard of it. My understanding is that there is no open work order for this property. The notes that I have from my client indicate that the resident didn't want to make a payment until he received updated portions from CMA. And that was sent to him on September 14th, and he said he'd work on making the payment. There's going to be another portion change effective October 1st because of his new income, but we don't have that updated amount yet. So it'll likely increase, I believe.
All right. Well, let's do this. I'm going to kick it out to October 27th, 2023 at 12 noon. Ma'am?
Yes.
If there's a claim against the apartment, I need a written answer by that date filed with the court and served on opposing counsel.
Okay.
You need to let him know that.
Okay, will do.
You might want to let Jerome know that it would behoove him to make a significant payment on this.
Okay. And you said it was a 2,400, what else?
$2,435.38.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I request at the next hearing that, he needs to appear if he's contesting the case.
Adams?
That's fine. Yes.
He needs to be at the next hearing.
That's fine.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Glencoe Hills versus Mark Audette.
Carissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff.
Mark Audette, you need to unmute.
Can you hear me? Good morning, Your Honor.
Hello, state your
Hi.
name.
Mark Audette.
Okay. At the last hearing, there was $3,073.97, I think it is. He was going to pay $1,500. Did he make that payment?
I don't
No,
show
Your
that
Honor.
it was paid.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, why not?
I'm a contractor and I was doing 8 Safe Light glass companies. We have not been paid in quite a while and I am behind on everything. My business is failing because of this. In my rent,
Okay.
obviously. I've been there 10 years, Your Honor. At Glencoe Hills.
Well, here's what I'm going to do before it goes up any higher, and maybe you want to try to work something out with the landlord.
Okay.
I'm going to find that there's no tribal issue after hearing. I'm going to issue a judgment for possession in that total amount of $3,073.97. And I will make the writ date November 6th, try to give you time to try to see what you can work out. I mean, I understand
Your
what
Honor.
you're saying, but if it goes up, it's just going to get worse.
I
Okay.
understand, Your Honor.
All righty. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Calls the case of Glencoe Hills versus Mika Franklin.
Carissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff.
Hello?
Mika Franklin?
Yeah, this is she.
Okay, you're here. I had a claim last time at that $1,493.40 was owed. You've applied for disability, it looks like. So where are you on terms of trying to get some of this paid?
Well, it wasn't really applying. It's through my job because I was out for a medical issue. The paperwork and everything, I explained to them last time, it'll be processed by the 29th, it'll be processed by like Tuesday coming up. So I could pay $700 on Friday and then pay $500 a week afterwards. I know that I could resolve it, but I know November is coming up. So I have a question though, because that's the part that's really becoming an issue. It's like the late fees are so much, you know what I'm saying? So
No, I hear you.
Yeah, so it's like, I could pay $700 on Friday and then $500 a week after that until it's resolved.
All right. So here's what I'll do. You think the paperwork on that's going to come through by Tuesday?
No, it will. Yeah, it was just the only holdup was getting my doctor to sign what he needed to sign, and so he said he completed the paperwork, so it's just a processing time. And I've already talked to like my the guy over my case. He said he'll have it completed and I'll be paid out on Friday.
Okay, so here you can pay. That's on the 27th. You can have that paid.
I'm sorry, 1 second. Yeah, that's on the 20. I'm sorry, my son. Yeah, I could. That's on Friday coming up. So a week from today, I could do 7 and then 500 a
Okay,
week after.
let's do this, because what it sounds like to me is you'd have 1,200 and then you'd be able to clear that. You'd have 700 by the 3rd. You'd have 500, and then by the 10th you would have the additional amount. So here's what I'm going to do. What I've done in these other cases. I'm going to find no tribal issue after a hearing, and I'm going to grant the judgment to the plaintiff in this amount, which only includes your rent through October. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm going to grant that judgment, and I'm going to extend your time to get it paid over the objection of plaintiff. I'm going to have a writ date of November 10th. 2023. So what that will do is you'll have 700 on the 27th. You get the 500 on the third, 500 on the other one. And then you're going to be good on this judgment. And then you just got to work yourself through November. Okay.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. Court calls the case. People versus Glen Oaks versus Ben. Is it QI?
Carissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff.
Not checked in.
Not checked in. You may proceed. You have
Thank
been
you.
sworn.
Thank you, Your Honor. The rent to retain possession is $4,672.21. Court costs of $158 for a total redemption of $4,830.21. Plaintiffs requesting entry of a default judgment for possession with a writ to issue after 10 days. The total amount remains unpaid.
Judgment to the plaintiff by default for possession, redemption amount, any amount requested. Writ to issue in 10 days.
Thank you.
Gulfside Lakes versus Alina Jones.
Carissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff.
Not checked in.
Alina Jones. Oh, is that you, ma'am? Oh, okay. We're gonna shut your video down so we get bandwidth. Okay, Miss Jones, is that you? Miss Jones. Miss Jones, I can't hear you. You're breaking up. Hello, Miss Jones.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm here.
Yeah, I hear you. Kind of.
Okay,
Okay, so you have a judgment against you for $544.19. And you're
It's
trying
all
to
late
stay, you're
fees.
trying. Go ahead.
I didn't say anything. I said it's all late fees.
Okay. So when are you going to get this paid?
Pay late fees? I don't have that kind of money. I did what you said. I've been putting money in escrow.
Yes, ma'am. And I have. Okay, but I have $233 in escrow. So I got about half of it. When's the next time you can put something into escrow?
Well, I talked to Melissa yesterday and she says that I owe $771 now. And they're all in late fees.
Your Honor, that is the new balance that also includes proportion for October rent and the utilities and the late fees for October.
Okay, so ma'am, have you been paying your October rent?
My rent is $400 to stay here. And I asked them for a cheaper place and they will not work with me. I can't afford it. And they knew that when they tricked me into renewing my lease. They knew I couldn't afford to stay and I didn't realize.
So what do you want to do? You want to move?
I don't have no choice, Judge Simpson. What can I do?
Pardon?
What choice do I have?
Okay.
What choices do I have? I don't know. I don't have $700.
Okay. So, Miss Jones, I was hoping to try to get this judgment paid off and then work on it, but it sounds to me like you didn't get your October rent paid, and you're in a situation you can't pay your monthly rent either. Is that right? Is that what I'm hearing?
I did escrow, but they charged me $150 for September just on late fees. How am I supposed to do that? Ain't right. $200. And I've
Okay,
been
but
in the
okay, but Miss Jones, I'm willing to work. I'm working with you on that other amount, but you didn't pay your October rent.
I think, Your Honor, I think maybe what she's saying is that that was what the court had said would be her portion for utilities and rent, and so she paid it to the court.
Right, she paid the $60 to the court.
Right.
But is that her only rent each month?
Essentially, I think that's what we estimated with the utilities plus her portion of rent.
Was $60.
Yeah, and I think at the last hearing, you had told her to, that it was adjourned so she could talk to legal services as well. So I can, if you want to pass this, I can talk to my client and see if there's anything we can do.
All right, I'll pass this matter.
Okay.
All right, Miss Jones, I'm gonna pass this matter. If you can find some place to be with a stronger signal, it'll help. Okay?
Your Honor, I am ready. Oh.
All right, I'll call your case back up, Miss Jones. Court calls the case of Gulfside Lake.
Thank you.
Court calls the case of Gulfside Lake versus Cassandra Wallach.
Carissa Gavari appearing for plaintiff. Your Honor, I believe we submitted a dismissal without prejudice on that case. Let me double check. Yeah, it came this morning.
Okay. Ms. Wallach, you're here?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. They say they're going to dismiss your case. You had a problem with that?
No, Your Honor.
I didn't think you would. Okay. All right. Case is dismissed. You have a great weekend.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you.
Court calls the case of Gulfside Lakes versus Emmett Redwine.
Carissa Gavari appearing for plaintiff.
How you doing, Your Honor?
I'm doing okay, Mr. Redwine.
That's good.
I had a claim of $29.97.42.
Yes, Your Honor.
You were supposed to pay $800. Did you get that paid? You're muted, Mr. Redwine.
I say no, I didn't get that paid, sir, Your Honor.
You did not?
Yes, sir. May I speak for one moment? I usually don't say too much, but I just wanted to say, for the last year, because I end up in your court. End up in court like every 2 or 3 months. I end up being late in my payment. That's because for the past year, I was working through a temporary service at this job, but they never would hire me in. You know what I'm saying? But just want to give you some good news. I just got a new job, and I'll be 47 this year. I'll be 47 Sunday, and I'm making more than I just got hired on a job, and I started, and I'm gonna be making more than I ever made in my life. I'm a halo driver. I'm making double the amount that I was making a week. Double the amount. And I was saying that you would never have a problem with me again paying my rent. I'm just asking because I can pay like I can have it all paid. I can be caught up and paid by the 17th of next month for sure. All caught up and paid.
Including November?
I have November paid before November is out, but I will be caught because she'll work with me with November because she don't file until after the 20th. You know what I'm saying? But I know she'll work with me because I communicate with her. You know what I'm saying? But I know I have, like I said, I have it paid in total by the 17th. And
all right. Well, Mr. Redwine, here's what I'm going to do. I can't get you to the 17th. But I think the landlord will work with you if there's good faith payments before then. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lock in this figure, which puts you through October, finding no tribal issue after a hearing in this case. I'm gonna issue a judgment, total amount of $2,997.42. You need to get that paid. I'll extend your writ date on this matter over the objection of plaintiff to November 10th, that Friday. So you need to get a good faith payment into them. I'm sure they'll work with you if they're gonna work with you in November too, okay?
Okay, so, okay, well, I'm gonna tell you now, I'm gonna tell you, because I know I'm by the 10th, I know I'm gonna still, like, I don't get paid again till the 17th. I know on the 17th, I can have it, you know what I'm saying, and paid in total, for sure.
Okay, you'll have to work that out with your landlord because I'm only gonna get you to the 10th. Because you didn't pay the 800 that you told me you were gonna pay before. That didn't get paid.
So, like, I was, so let me see, 8, 16. So I would have 24, I would have 2,400 paid by the 10th.
Okay, if you get that paid, I'm sure they'll work with you. Okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, Gulfside Lakes versus Patrice Haywood.
Marissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff.
She is not checked in.
Patrice Haywood. No response, you may proceed.
Your Honor, we're actually seeking a dismissal without prejudice for that case.
All right, this case is dismissed. That's without prejudice.
Thank you.
Court calls the case of Gulfside Lake versus Kimberly Fuller.
Marissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff.
I think Ms.
Hello, Your
Fuller's
Honor.
here. Hello, Ms. Fuller. All right. I had the claim at the last hearing was $1,170.59. That's what I have.
The balance right now is $870.59.
Give me that number again.
It looks like she paid $300, so I show $870.59.
Okay. All right, Ms. Fuller. How are you planning on getting the rest of this paid?
So I took a hardship loan from Fidelity, which is $476.86. That should be coming into my bank account soon. And then the remainder, $393.73, I get paid daily at work. And then also I reached out to Peace Neighborhood, and I should hear something by Monday. So I'm planning on to have all this paid within, hopefully by Monday.
Okay. All right. You made a good faith payment. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to adjourn your case out 1 week. Let you see if you can get all that in.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
October 27th, 2023 at 12 noon. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am. You take care.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Court calls the case of Gulfside Lakes versus Diamond Williams. Okay.
Marissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff.
I'm here.
Ms. Williams, okay. I had at the last hearing that there was $2,788.22 owing.
I have $1,698.22.
98.
Yes, and 22 cents.
Okay, Ms. Williams, how were you intending on getting that paid? You've made probably about $1,000 or $1,100 payment, it looks like.
I get paid every week. I have 2 jobs, so I'm getting that paid as I can right now.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I get paid every week. I have 2 jobs right now, so I'm getting that paid as soon as possible, as much as I can.
Okay, I understand that. So by the 27th, how much more can you get paid in?
I'm probably can pay all of it or maybe half. I have to see how much my check is.
Okay, I can't work that way. I need a number that you can get in by the 27th.
Probably 1,000. Probably 900, I would say.
Okay. Here's what I'll do. You pay 900 to 1,000 by the 27th. and then but you got to get that paid early in the day. I'll adjourn your matter out to October 27th, 2023 at 12 noon. Okay? Get that paid and then we'll see where we are at that point, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Court calls the case of Gulfside Lake versus Sarah Brown and Jalen Brown.
Harissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff.
I'm here, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Good morning.
Good morning. Afternoon now. But
Right.
Brown. All right. I had 2864.90.
I have the same
And
amount.
she was gonna pay in full by the 27th, but it got kicked over to today. Is that still your intent, Ms. Brown?
Yes, I know for sure I could do 2,000 on the 27th for sure, but I'm gonna try to pay it in full.
Okay, so you can have, okay, what point on the 27th can you have it paid? I mean, you're not.
By the morning, it'll be paid by 9 a.m. before 9 a.m.
On the 27th?
Yes, sir.
So 2,000 to the full balance on the 27th.
Correct.
Okay. I don't know why I'm gonna believe you. And over the objection of plaintiff, I'm gonna adjourn you out 1 week because that's what
Okay.
you
Yes.
said that last week that you wouldn't have anything until the 27th.
Yes.
So I'll adjourn you out 27th, 12 noon. Get that paid in.
Yes, sir.
Get it
I
all
will.
done.
Yes, sir.
You sure?
Yes, that's my payday. I'm sure. That's why I said the 27th. I don't want to make no promises. I will have it on the
Okay.
27th that morning.
All right, make a note of her name because she don't pay. We're gonna have to come find her or something. No, I'm just kidding. All right, Ms. Brown. You take care.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Court calls the case of Gulfside Lakes versus Bonnie Jacques and Brandon Jacques.
Harissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff.
They here? They are not checked in. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. The rent to retain possession is $2,551.36. Court cost of $188 for a total redemption of $2,739.36. Plaintiff is requesting entry of a default judgment for possession with a writ to issue after 10 days if the total amount remains unpaid.
I think
I'm here, Your Honor.
5:30.
Oh.
What's your name?
Brandon Jacques.
Okay. All right, sir. How are you intending on getting this amount paid? $27.39 and some change.
Well, currently, I'm working with Hawk, and I have an appointment for November 13th. That's the earliest they could fit me into an appointment. I've also filed for an SCR, and I start a new job this coming week, but I won't get a first paycheck for 2 weeks. I can work to make a payment of like $1,100 by the 3rd, and then settle up once I get my first paycheck.
So you think you can pay 1,100? Hang on. You think you can pay 1,100 on the 3rd?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that all right? And then when you say settle up with your first paycheck, what date would that be? Your first paycheck?
My first paycheck would be I'd be able to settle the balance by the 10th.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do because your November rent's going to click in. I'm going to issue a judgment for that amount, finding out no tribal issue after a hearing. That locks in your amount you have to pay. This doesn't include your November rent. But you got to get this amount settled. Okay?
By when, sir?
Okay, that's what I'm going to get to next. I just want to make sure you understand what I'm doing. Okay?
Yeah, no, I follow you, so.
Okay, and I'll extend the writ date out over the objection of plaintiff to November 10th. So you'll have till November 10th to get this all paid, but you got to get it paid. Okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls case, Gulfside Lakes versus Matthew Hanson.
Carissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff.
Matthew Hanson present.
All right. I had claimed at the last one, $1,443.26.
I have $988.26 now.
Okay, give me that number. I'm sorry. Nine.
Sure, 988.26.
Got it. All right, Mr. Hanson, you paid something. How are you going to get the rest of this cleared up?
On the 27th is when I'll be able to make another payment towards it. I believe this is now my October rent. I will have to work with Melissa in getting the arrest in, seeing what I can do. But the 27th will be at least another $500, if not the total.
Can you pay that early on the 27th?
I don't think so. Sometimes it doesn't actually get into my account until about 3 p.m. there for the direct deposit.
Got it. So that's a paycheck you're going to have on the 27th. When's your next paycheck after that?
That would be November. It would be 14 days after that. November 10th.
All right. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do the same thing on your case so we can at least lock in a figure. Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to issue a judgment, $988.26, finding no tribal issue after a hearing. All right. And then I will indicate that a writ date of November 10th, 2023. So you'll have to the 10th to get this all cleared up. Okay. That doesn't include your November rent. Got it?
Understood.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Gulfside Lake versus Zayla Walls.
Carissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff.
Not checked in. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. The rent to retain possession is $3,690.
I'm here.
Oh,
Hold on. She's Samsung. I had a total amount owing of $3,849.32.
yes.
Yeah,
this is the-
Okay.
the Hawk people are supposed to be paying like half of it.
Okay, but have you met with them, ma'am?
Yeah, she said, I talked to her today and she said she already sent the money.
Your Honor, I
Okay.
don't show that the funds have been received, but I do have a note from my client that assistance has been approved for $1,890.44.
Okay. So if that's the case, then Ms. Walls, how are you going to pay the balance?
I can pay it like by next Friday.
Okay, so Hawk is going to pay a part, and then by next Friday, you can pay the other part?
Yeah, I'm just like, yeah, I get paid next Friday, but I'm just waiting. Like, I've been approved for like two months. I don't know, like when they're gonna like do that.
Okay, I'm not worried about the Hawk payment. There's a letter indicating that the landlord's going to get that. I'm just worried about the other part of what you owe.
Yeah, I can pay that part by next Friday.
Okay, so will that be in the morning that you can get that paid?
Yes.
Okay. So given that there's a payment, I'll adjourn this to October 27th, 2023 at 12 noon. Okay, get that payment in of the difference between what Hawk's doing and what you owe. You got
Okay.
it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. All right.
Thank you.
Gulfside Lakes versus Roy Deacon.
Carissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff.
He's here.
Hello, Your Honor.
Okay, there you are. It's probably Decan, and I probably messed that up. All right. I had 1573.25 owing. You were gonna pay 500. Did you get that paid?
I couldn't pay the 500, but I paid 300 today.
Okay, how much is owing?
$1,573.25, the same amount. that
Okay,
you're-
so you didn't get the 500 in. You say you paid 300 today?
Yes, I couldn't get
Okay,
the
so
500.
when are you gonna have the balance of that amount?
Oh, I can pay 500 weekly until I get everything paid. Because
Okay, so if you
I'm a
paid
handyman. I'm a handyman, so I'm supposed to have some jobs this week, but they got rescheduled for the next week and for the end of the month. So when I finish that jobs, I
okay,
will
here's
be
what
able
I'm gonna
pay
do,
everything.
sir.
Mhm.
All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna issue I'm gonna issue a judgment. No tribal issue after a hearing for the total amount of the 1573.25. They'll apply the 300. And so I'll issue that judgment. Over the objection of plaintiff, I'll extend your writ date to November 10th, 2023. So I'm locking in the figure, giving you time each week to get that payment and get that 1,500 paid off.
Okay, thank you very much. I
Got it?
appreciate it. Yes.
All righty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Old Town Realty versus Miriam Parker
Marissa
and
Sorry.
and Brian Parker.
Marissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff.
Do not have them checked in.
Either one of the Parkers. They're not here. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me just check one thing. I think I just got, no, different person. Your Honor, the rent to retain possession is $12,866. There's court costs of $269 for a total redemption of $13,135. Plaintiff is requesting entry of a default judgment for possession with a writ to issue after 10 days if the total amount remains unpaid. Your Honor, was there personal service? I don't think there was, right?
I don't have my file for whatever reason does not reflect that. What do you see? It was posted.
Okay, thank you. So for possession only.
Judgment to the plaintiff, that is by default for possession only, redemption amount in the amount requested with the writ issued 10 days.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Old Town Realty versus Jessica Green.
Marissa Gazari hearing for plaintiff.
Jessica Green, not checked in. You may proceed.
Yes, no, I'm here.
Okay, you see it.
Yeah.
Okay, I had a balance of $6,791.75.
Your Honor, the balance is actually $7,029.75. And I think the difference is just the court cost. So let me just double check. Yeah, so I have $7,029.75. There's $238 in court costs.
All right. Hey, Miss Green, how are you intending on getting this paid?
Hi, sir. So I very high. I've never really been through this before like this. But as you can see, it's probably higher than anyone. And I have a voucher. Like they waited a long time before they even did it. So therefore I couldn't get help. No one would help me without an eviction notice. And they allowed it to go on until it got so out of hand that I couldn't make up for it myself. Now that I finally got a eviction notice, I'm in the process of getting help. DHS did call them yesterday, but the person they talked to couldn't provide the ID number they need so they can make a payment. So I can then go to Salvation Army to get them help pay the remaining balance. I have, since I've been back to work, I have saved money, so I do have payment. But if I pay before assistance, it won't count as my deposit. if that makes sense.
Yeah, I got that part. Amy, I turn on your screen. Was there anything you wanted to add to this or not?
It may be a long shot, but since she is a voucher recipient, I'm requesting to meet with her privately in a breakout room to see if I can vet her for any other program in our county.
Okay. All right, Miss Green, what I'm gonna do, I don't like breakout rooms, but I'm gonna do it here. I'm going to adjourn your case out to the 27th next week at 12 noon. And then we're gonna go into a breakout room with an individual from OCED and see if there are any other programs that you have a voucher that you might be eligible for, okay?
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. And the person I'm putting you in there with is Amy. She's nice.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it. All right.
Thank you.
Take care, Miss Green. Peninsular Place versus Victoria Cox.
Carissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Miss Cox. Okay. Let's see, where are we? Okay. How much is owing on Miss Cox's account?
$906.90, which includes the
How much?
court costs.
Hold on. What was that amount, Miss Kazari? I got interrupted.
$906.90. That includes $217 in court costs.
All right. Okay, Miss Cox, you were making payments into escrow. We were closing those payments out. And I think the last payment we got was the end of September.
I just made a payment for $100 last time we had talked to Peninsular Place. And then
So you paid them directly?
Yes. And then I had told them, and when I had spoke to you, I was waiting on my school refund check and it just got sent out that Friday. So it took 10 to 14 business days to get to my account. I can see that it's in there ending this morning. So it should be there at some point today.
And so that will, once you have that, you'll be able to get everything paid off, right?
Correct.
Okay, I think that's what we were waiting on.
Can I
which is
get
why
that
we
amount one more time? I didn't get the change. I'm sorry.
It's $906.90.
Okay, so 907 essentially.
Yes.
Gotcha.
You're in school for math? No, I'm
No.
kidding. Don't answer that. Don't answer that. All right, listen. Here's what I'm gonna do. Because you're at Washtenaw, right?
No, I don't want to tell you where I'm going because we had a conversation about this before, but it's not Washtenaw.
Oh, that's right. It's not. So I shouldn't do anything. I shouldn't do anything for her, should I? Anyway, never mind. We did have that conversation before. All right. Here's what I'm gonna do. 27th. I'm gonna adjourn it out to the 27th at noon. You've got your refund check. Get this paid, and hopefully then we can have it dismissed. And you can go on to caring about those important things like your studies, okay?
Thank you so much.
All right.
Sorry, Your Honor,
Yeah.
is there money in escrow still, or?
No,
I believe all of it's been paid out.
Okay, perfect.
I think everything was paid out because the last one we closed out was the 28th. Was $111 that we sent.
Okay, so I don't show, Ms. Cox, if you made a payment of $100, I don't show that. The last thing I show is on October 18th, a check was received for $111, which I think is probably the escrow money.
Would it help if I gave you the payment confirmation number?
When did you pay it?
I don't know the exact date, but I do have the confirmation, the transaction ID number from it being submitted.
Well, the only difference here is this. I'm putting it out a week.
Okay.
So she's either going to owe $906.90 or she's going to owe $806.90.
Okay.
All right, if that $100
Gotcha.
click, right? See, I did major in math. I'm
Well,
kidding.
I'm happy one of us did.
All right. Ms. Cox, thank you, and all the best into the future. I think you'll get this paid and you'll be good.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Peninsula Place versus Brianna. Is it Fischel or Fischel?
Carissa
It's
Gazari
Brianna Official.
for plaintiff.
Fischel. All right. And I think I had $858 owing the last time we were here. Did we get that paid, Miss Fischel, or no?
I was supposed to get the 1,400 from the VA office, but I called them and they had some sort of delay with it. So they said I wouldn't receive it till November 6th. But once I do get paid, I can pay the October and November.
And the balance.
You're
is
waiting.
actually-
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Ms.
That's
Kazari.
okay. The balance is actually $887.32 because utilities were added since the last hearing. It looks
Okay,
like.
yeah, that's no problem.
Okay, so you're waiting on the VA?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you a veteran?
No, my dad is a veteran.
Okay, gotcha. And they're indicating to you that there's going to be a payment, but they can't get it to you till November 6th.
Yeah, because the last time they paid was September, and then that's when I had paid off August and September. But I don't know, there was a delay with like the October payment.
Got it. And so, oh boy. And so that payment in November, you'd pay off this balance plus your November rent?
Yeah, yes, sir.
All right. And that was, they said by the 6th, right?
Yeah, November 6th, yeah.
And you have no funds before then, correct?
I do have a job. I would get paid next week, but it's only like a $200 check. I mean, I could
here's
put
what
that towards
here's
it,
what I'm
but-
gonna do. How much of that can you give toward the payment? Because I want to do something different here. But
I guess it all depends on the check amount, but I mean, 200 I could put towards.
okay, so let's do this. I'm gonna expect 200. You got to get that paid before noon on the 27th, okay? I'm gonna adjourn your case out. I realize we're waiting on the VA, but I'm trying not to have you get a judgment because that can affect some other things later on for you.
Yeah.
So I'm going to adjourn it to October 27th, 2023 at 12 noon. Get $200 payment to the landlord. Okay. And then I think we can work it out from there for you. Okay.
All right. Yep, no problem. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Miss Kazari, you've got 3 recalls that you probably need to work on. And I'm
I'm actually ready on them.
Oh, you are?
Yeah,
Oh.
I am. Thank you.
She is efficient. Yes. Court recalls the case of Evergreen Apartments versus Browning.
Carissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff. Your Honor, I did double check. The balance is $306.85.
Okay. Miss Browning,
Yes, sir.
did you hear that?
Yes,
What
it's
the
three
balance
hundred and $6 and some change.
Yeah, 88 cents.
Yep. Okay.
85 cents.
85 cents. Excuse me. That's my math degree. All right.
$307 basically. So
Yes. When can you get that paid?
I can have it all paid down in the next 2 weeks.
All right, that puts me into November. So let me do this here. I'm gonna sort of lock the figure in with what I've been doing. I'm gonna give them a judgment for $306.85. Okay. Finding no tribal issue after a hearing. And then I won't have a writ issue until November 6th. that Monday after the 3rd, so that you get that paid off, and then you got to work on November, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
You
you.
have a
You have a
great
good day.
weekend.
You
Yep.
too, sir.
Gulfside versus Jones. Court does call the case of Gulfside versus Jones. Atlanta
Carissa,
Jones recall.
Carissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff.
Miss Jones?
Here I am.
Okay, there you are. Okay, I'm going to shut your video again because your Wi-Fi's weak.
You see? Okay.
Your Honor, I have in her
I
case.
did with Alexis.
Yep, I can hear you now. She's breaking up too.
No. Okay. Alexis Adams told me to ask you to set aside the judgment so that I can keep my voucher and don't lose it, and asking you to give me time to move.
Okay, I see what's happening.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, I get it. So when were you planning on moving?
Well, as soon as I can get started looking, Your Honor, I'd say, like, I don't know how long it takes to find a place, but I am struggling, and I will get out their way when I find a place to go, but it's not going to be within a week, Your Honor.
Okay, so, okay, Miss Jones, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to adjourn your case out 1 week. You've got to come to me with a plan of what you're going to do. And I understand why they want the judgment set aside in your voucher, but you got to have a plan in place so that the landlord knows what to anticipate, okay?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, in the meantime, can the escrow funds be released to plaintiff?
Yes, we'll release the escrow to plaintiff.
Thank you.
So I'll adjourn your matter out to October 27th, 2023, 12 noon. And escrow will be released to plaintiff.
Can you, Your Honor, how much is an escrow again?
Escrow is $233.
Okay.
According to my math.
Okay.
We'll see. All right. All right. All right. Thank you. Court calls the case Glencoe Hills versus Angela Newkirk Tucker. This is a recall.
Carissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff.
They're still here.
Miss Newkirk Tucker. She was dialed in. Was it 357? I don't think so.
So that's the only dialing we have now.
Angela Newkirk Tucker. There's no response.
Your Honor, I did confirm that she did make that $16.29 payment.
Oh, she did. Okay. Given that she did do that, I'm going to grant her the adjournment. She showed up. So I'm going to adjourn it over 1 week to the 27th, 2023 at 12 noon. I don't know what happened. She dropped. So, all right. I think that does it.
That's it for me.
Sherry.
Take care. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Those of you that are on my noon block, you got to give us just about 5 minutes to set up the files, and then I'll start calling cases. All right. Court is standing in brief recess. I'm live.
The 14th District Court is now back in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
Town Center Place versus Peggy Russell.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Mark Wasbury for plaintiff.
Good afternoon.
And Your Honor,
Peggy
Callie
Ru-
Dendrinos. I apologize.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I am appearing on behalf of Ms. Russell. I have submitted my appearance yesterday afternoon, so it may not be in the file yet. And Ms. Russell is here with her daughter, I believe.
All right. And what are our issues? Where are we going?
Well, I spoke with Ms. Dendrinos yesterday. It's my understanding she wants some discovery and would be seeking.
Of course she does.
Well, Your Honor, in my defense, in this case, it's because Mr. Wasbury said there were other records. So I said, can I see them? And frankly, Your Honor, I am hopeful that this is a case that can settle. Actually, Ms. Russell has already offered a trespass order for the person involved with this incident, and I'm hopeful that management will consider it. But in the meantime, I did ask Mr. Wasbury if he could provide the records that he had mentioned. He said that there were other records of incidents.
Okay. And I'm sure Mr. Wasbury will do that. So
I'll produce whatever we have in the file, Judge. No problem.
okay. Yay. All right. So how much time do you guys need? Want me to adjourn this out? See if we can resolve it.
November 3rd.
Okay, that works
Your
for
Honor,
me.
that is actually, I will actually be out of the office that day. It's my birthday.
Your birthday?
It's my birthday, so I will not be in the office.
You should sing to her now.
Okay.
No, I'm not singing. All right. What about the 10th?
That's a tough day for me, Judge. I'm in a mediation all day.
So that's 10th won't work for me because we're closed, apparently.
Okay.
So we'll have to go to the 17th, I think.
Oh.
If that's too far out, folks.
Well, I don't know what what the rental amount is, but I mean, I suppose we could stipulate to an escrow, and I have no problem with the 17th.
I think that would be fine. Ms. Russell told me she's holding her rent anyway.
All right. So I'll indicate that you're going to submit an escrow by stip. I'll adjourn the matter to November 17th, 2023 at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, folks. Bell Asset Management versus Danette Malik.
Judge Mark Wasbury standing in for the attorney of record.
Danette Malik, they're not here. Would you like to take a default?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Judge.
You may proceed.
Your Honor, this is a termination matter. The information I have indicates that the lease expired at the end of August. So we are simply asking for default judgment of possession.
Judgment to the plaintiff. That is by default for possession, no redemption amount, writ to issue 10 days.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Court calls the case of Carry On Rental LLC versus Melody Hamilton.
Daryl Barton appearing on behalf of Carry On Rental, Your Honor. I don't believe Ms. Hamilton will be present, but my client is working with her. There's some problem with Section 8, and he's asking for a 2-week adjournment.
Okay,
So I
fantastic.
figured it was easy.
Yeah, this works. November 3rd,
Excellent.
2003, 2 p.m.
2 p.m. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good seeing you, Ms. Burt. Harbor Cove versus Andrew Bollum.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kenneth Thompson appearing on behalf of Andrew Bollum.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jeff Gowdy on behalf of plaintiff.
No, I don't. I bet it's a Whitmore Lake address, so that's us. I think they're the right place. All right. What are we doing on this case, folks?
Judge, we've had a chance to speak. The parties have agreed to entry of conditional dismissal. My office is going to prep the conditional dismissal and get a copy over to Mr. Thompson for review and signature. We'll hope to have it entered by early next week. We're wondering if we could get a control date on this one.
Okay,
That is correct, Your Honor.
so if I give you the 27th, you guys think you can get it done, or you want the 3rd? Either way.
Can let's do the 3rd just in case.
All right.
If it is the 3rd, I am in a 3-day jury trial, but if this is taken care of, is our appearance required on the 3rd?
All right. Yeah, it will not be if every you can submit it before that date, we'll take it off.
Very good.
2023 at 2 p.m. All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good
day.
You too. Court calls the case of Quinsong Liu or Lee versus Hannah Crosby.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Adam Cadro, P74644 on behalf of plaintiff. Your Honor, we had submitted a stipulated request for adjournment for a week. The defendant had an emergency come up.
Okay.
We could adjourn it for a week. We had agreed.
All right. October 27th, 2023 at 1 p.m.
Okay, great. Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
See you then. Thomas Mitchell versus Kimberly Friday.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jamie Stewart appearing on behalf of the plaintiff, Thomas Mitchell.
Miss Friday. Where is she?
She was here.
She was here.
Okay, no, she's here.
She's here.
I'm here. Your
Okay,
Honor.
there's. All right.
I'm here.
All right. There is. I had $4,155, I think, owing.
That is
Then
correct,
the
Your
no.
Honor.
Pardon?
I said that is correct, Your Honor.
All right. And then, Miss Friday, you were seeking assistance?
Yes, and I talked to Hawk on the 10th, and they said they're backlogged, but I do qualify for help, and they were going to help me. And I have $1,050 right now that I can pay today. I can't do anything else until, I get paid again.
Okay. Okay, so here's, I almost made it through the day without having to say it. Here's the problem. Have you met with Hawk, ma'am?
I have talked to them on the phone, yes. They
Did
told
they
me
give
I
you an
asked them.
appointment, or did they give you an appointment, or was that your appointment?
My appointment was on October 10th.
Okay. So here's the problem. However, there's no money. I'm just going to be blunt about it.
Right.
Do you have a voucher, or, I mean,
No, I don't know. I don't even know what a voucher is.
okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. So the problem is that, well, and how much is your monthly rent?
That's $1,000 a month.
So if you paid the 1,000 that you have right now to the landlord, come October, we'd be right, or come November, we'd be right back at this number again, right?
Well, November 3rd, I get paid again, so I can pay another $1,000 on November 3rd. So that would be half. Or almost
Well,
half.
it's half, except 1,000's going to kick in for November. And so it'd be half of the back balance, but not that. So, ma'am, oh boy. Is it after the third, when's the next time you get paid? 17.
So 14 days out of the third.
All right. Okay,
That's it.
Amy, I have not heard anything about funding really being on the horizon, so I'm not.
Your Honor, it looks like this case is waiting to hear back from landlord the amounts that are owed. Yes, her portion 4155 was a lot. You know, it's above the 3K. It sounds like there could be some help. The caseworker is just waiting to find out what the final number is, pending that, and what arrangement Ms. Friday can go forth with. The agency does have some funding now.
They do?
Mhm.
Okay, well, let's do this then. All right, ma'am, how much do you have?
Right now, I've got 1,050.
You're to pay that 1,050 to the landlord. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Now here's going to be, and then on the third, you would have another 1,050 to pay your rent for November, correct?
Well, that would be 1,000. I have to pay $50 late fee, but yes, on November 3rd, I'd have another
Okay.
1,000.
All right, that's fine. I don't know, Amy, well, I'm going to operate off the 3,000 cap, but I think that's probably my best bet. So we've got to keep it in that ballpark to see if you even qualify. So you pay the 1,050 to the landlord, ma'am, right away.
Okay.
Council, I mean, if you want me to adjourn it out to October 27th so that we can at least check whether that was paid. Otherwise, I would put it to the third, have her make that next payment. We do it in the $3,000 range, and then we can also probably have a better idea of what funding's available. It also gives the landlord time to respond so that they can figure out what may be available. None of it's pretty. None of it you probably want to do, but trying to give choices here.
Yeah, I guess, I'm not sure if I mean, my client's obviously just requesting the judgment of possession only with the writ to issue after 10 days. If Your Honor is inclined to extend the terms, what would be the date of the hearing? If we were adjourning till after the 27th, what date?
It would be the third, and I would be requiring 2 payments from the defendant, the 1,050 that she has now, as well as 1,000 by that third date. So $2,000 would need to be paid. If it's not paid, I'm not going to hear anything else, and I'm just going to give the judgment at that point. But I'm trying to balance things as best I can to at least give her a shot to try to maintain her tenancy. It sounds like she's working, can do it, has to get over the hump here. And I'm hearing that there's funding that may be out there, but I have to also have the landlord respond to Hawk so that we can assess that. So.
Yeah, and so Your Honor, I guess if the court is going to adjourn again, I'm available on November 3rd. And I don't think it makes sense if we're adjourning to appear both days.
Right. I mean, that's what I was asking. If you wanted a date for me to check that she makes the 1,050 payment, then okay. But it sounds to me like the better option would be just to go to November 3rd. And ma'am, I'm going to require 2 payments from you on that date to the landlord. You need to pay the 1,050 now to the landlord, get that paid into them. And then on November 3rd, which is your pay date, you're going to have to pay the 1,000 to the landlord before the hearing.
Okay.
Understood?
Yep, I understand.
All right. Amy, what did they need from the landlord?
The caseworker has sent out the request for the amounts that are owed. And looks like she's waiting to hear back from the landlord still.
Okay. So hopefully we can get that also accomplished, council. So I'll adjourn it to November 3rd, 2023 at 2 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your
All right,
Honor.
Thank you. Court calls case of Greg Pelton versus Chelsea Wallace
Oh, I got it.
and Clayton Taylor.
Yeah, good afternoon. Tom Piotrowski on behalf of plaintiff.
Chelsea Wallace, Clayton
Yeah.
Taylor.
We're here.
All right. I have total amount owing.
Just to assist the
I don't-
court, it's now $2,300, Your Honor.
Pardon?
Just to assist the court, it's now $2,300. And also to assist the court, Mr. Taylor actually accepted service for both of them a couple of weeks ago. He failed to appear the last time we were in court. We took a default judgment against him, but the case still lives against Miss Wallace.
Well, why was a default on one person taken? The court can't do anything with that. I'll
Doesn't-
talk to Judge Barr about that, but it's split service. I can't do anything with it.
Does, yes.
Um,
Actually, I think we're pretty much like the case that just preceded us. You know, they only owe $2,300. They promised to pay by next Friday, the 27th.
so they paid almost 7,000.
Yes, sir. Either paid.
Okay, so folks, when are you gonna have the balance due? When are you gonna have the remaining amount, the 2,300?
We should have it by next Friday.
By next Friday, the early part of next Friday?
Yes, sir.
Great. So here's what I'm gonna do. October 27th, 2023 at 1 p.m. You can get it paid before that time?
I do believe I can.
Okay. What do you mean you do believe you can? Can you get it paid?
Yes, sir.
I should really be talking to Chelsea because that's the brain trust. I know how this works. No, I'm just kidding. All right. You guys get that paid before the 1 o'clock so that we have that paid in, and then this may go away. All right, folks?
Yeah, I do
Understood,
have
sir.
surgery. I do have surgery the day before, so I don't know if it's going to be me or somebody else who's in my place.
What?
I said I do have surgery the day before, so I don't think I'll be able to make it on the 27th, but somebody will be here in my stead.
All right. Very good. All right. Good luck to you on that. All right. We'll see you guys at 1 o'clock next week. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Court calls case Premier Property Holdings versus Wendy Dixon.
Ready, Your Honor. Thomas Stringer appearing on behalf of Premier Property Holdings, and Mr. Josh Finley is the managing member, and I believe he's on Zoom also. And I'm not aware of the defendant being present. Maybe she is, though.
She's here. Wendy Dixon. Pictures there. Miss Dixon. Try to prompt her and see if she'll enter. Oh, here she comes.
I'm here. I'm sorry. I've never used this Zoom thing before, so I was having trouble unmuting myself.
It's okay. Me either. No, I'm kidding. All right. I had at the last hearing 3376 owed. Is that what we're still working on?
No, the actual amount, Your Honor, is $3,431. That would include the rent, late fee, filing fee, and another service fee. So the actual court costs are $241.
Gotcha. Okay. And ma'am, how do you intend on getting this paid?
Well, long story short, I was unexpectedly fired from my job back in July. However, I applied for unemployment right afterwards, and of course back in July. And I just now received my first unemployment payment as of the 17th of this month. I contacted Mr. Finley to let him know that I could pay him something towards what I owed him. I was unsuccessful in getting a reply. I will be getting payments every 2 weeks from here on out, and I plan to give him money every 2 weeks from here on out. My mom has also offered to help me with the payments towards him with her inheritance, as my grandmother just passed away last Friday. However, her inheritance will take about 3 to 5 weeks to get to her. But I fully intend to pay him anything and everything I can every 2 weeks until she receives the inheritance, in which he will be paid off in full.
Well, ma'am, how much are you gonna pay this week?
I unfortunately had other bills to pay, so the next time I certify will be the 30th of October, and I can give him $600 on that day, and $600 every
Oh,
2
but
weeks.
here's gonna, all right, and how much is monthly rent?
$755.
All right, so here's gonna be
I
the
also
problem.
I also get
Go ahead.
child support a month too. So
But the problem, ma'am, is this number is gonna climb up.
yes,
I mean,
and
that's gonna be the problem.
I understand that. However, with my giving him money every 2 weeks and whatnot, and then when my mom finally gets her inheritance, she is going to pay him off in full, no matter what the ending number is. I'm just asking that you please work with me. I have been busting my butt trying to look for a job with no success so far. And this is honestly the best I can do. And I have
No,
thanked
I understand that, ma'am, but
Mr. with me.
okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna at least lock in the October number. I'm gonna issue a judgment finding no tribal issue after a hearing. And that total amount is $3,431. I'm gonna grant them a judgment for that. Now, ma'am, you get a check on, when's your next check? On the 3rd?
Around there, yes. I certify again on the 30th of October, and I usually get my check the very next day. If not.
All right. So, ma'am, given the numbers here and everything, you're gonna have to work something out with the landlord and find out if they're willing to wait. I can give you a little bit more time, but I can't get you to the end of the month. So I'm gonna grant that judgment. The writ date won't be until the 10th of November, 2023.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Okay, and so try to work with the landlord. Thank
Just
you.
for the record, I know they prefer to just get her out, but maybe she'll be able to resolve that with the landlord. So, but thank you for
Right.
the judgment and the writ.
All righty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good seeing you,
Thank
Mr.
Good
Strickland.
seeing you again, Your Honor.
Court calls the case. Scott's House Apartments versus Amir Alkafagi. Faji, maybe?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. William Babbitt representing the plaintiff.
Takofaji, yes, I'm here.
Oh, there he is. Okay. All right. This is a termination.
Your Honor, we appeared 2 weeks ago at the prior hearing. Mr. Alkafaji assured the court that he would vacate the premises and have it completely empty by today. My client went in there this morning. There's still his belongings in there. The apartment is filthy, and we would just like to take a judgment today.
What's your position on this? Have you moved out?
So I I have been in drug substance abuse treatment at Dawn Farm for 2 weeks. I got majority of my stuff out before I went into treatment. I am here until November 2nd. So I have had an issue. I'm personally not able to go to my apartment and empty the apartment out.
Got it.
So if I could get a
Okay.
little bit more time to do that, I could honestly do it.
Your Honor, I understand what's going on with Mr. Al-Kafaji, but this is exactly where we were 2 weeks ago, Your Honor. He was in rehab then. He informed the court that somebody he knew, his roommate, whatever, were going to remove these belongings by today. And then I was going to consider dismissing the case, but that didn't happen.
Well, you're in till when? The 3rd or the 2nd, you said?
November 2nd is my out date, yes.
Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. Grant judgment for possession to the plaintiff. It's termination. I'm going to do that. No tribal issue after a hearing. I know that you're probably trying to work with people to get you moved out. I will extend the writ date a few days. So no writ until November 3rd or until after November 3rd. So that way, if you get out and it's just you got to get yourself moved. All right.
Okay.
All righty. Thank you. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank
Courtney
you.
Stewart versus Kathy Haynes.
Morning,
I'm
Your
here.
Honor. John Ivanchuk on behalf of the, good afternoon, John Ivanchuk on behalf of the plaintiff.
Hello?
Hello, Ms. Haynes.
Yes,
All right, this is a termination case. What's the
Correct, Your
issue?
Honor. We're just seeking possession of the property back. The tenancy was terminated by notice to quit back on August 8th. As far as we know, the defendant is still there. She appeared 2 weeks ago and I believe asked her speak to legal aid, and I haven't heard anything since.
Ms. Haynes?
yes. We're in the process of purchasing a home. We're waiting on the owner to finish the repairs and we're due to close within 30 days.
All right. I can't give you 30 days on it. No tribal issue after a hearing. I'll grant a judgment for possession on this matter with a writ to issue. And you're going to have to find some temporary housing between now and the time that I guess your house closed. I'll just kind of split it in the middle. A writ will issue November 10th, 2023. I'll give you time, but yourself out.
Yep. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll submit the order pursuant to that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pine to Clover Lane versus Clarina Box.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Alex P77121 on behalf of plaintiff.
Hello. Box.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's see, where were we on this? Right. We released, counsel, what do you have as the balance currently?
Rent currently $5,416.34. Court costs of $163 for a total of $5,579.34.
Did you receive the 3,300? Did your client receive the 3,300 from the court? Or 3,000 from the court? I'm sorry.
I am seeing some case notes that was released.
Right.
I'm not seeing any confirmation that was received.
Got it. Okay. So on the 4th of October, the court released $3,000. And I'm taking it that has not been factored into the number you gave me.
That is correct. That has not been factored in.
Okay. And I also have from Miss Box, and I think that was today, I have an additional 1,000. Okay, I haven't released that as of yet, but that was paid today on the 20th.
Okay.
All right, Miss Box. So then I'm looking at a $1,500 figure somewhere around there. Miss Box, when's the next payment that you'll have? Where'd she go?
She's still here. Just kidding, she just dropped.
She just dropped.
Yeah.
Great.
She has been dropping it.
She's been dropping in and out. Okay, counsel, I think she had the judgment and that was 38, but she basically had the amount to pay the judgment when she came in, when we had the escrow. That's why I released it. She was 800 short on the judgment, but I was trying to get her caught up entirely. She's faithfully been making the payments as she's supposed to make them to the court. The problem is, and that's why I wanted her here. Is that her signing back in?
It very well may be. She was a Samsung earlier.
Miss Box? Is it connected to audio?
With my phone. Hello.
Is this
Can
Miss
you hear me?
Box? Miss Box?
Yeah, I've been having. I've been losing.
Okay. All right. So real quick,
The log back in.
I've got your $1,000 payment you did today. There's still about 1,500 that's owed. When's your next payment gonna come in?
Oh, when I seen you last time, my balance was $1,266. I had also, the last time I came to court, a payment of $1,200. I have all of my receipts. 15 this morning, I could pay the $266 on Monday.
All right, but
I'm
counsel? Hold on. No. Ma'am, stop.
I'm sorry.
Stop. Ms. Box, stop. Counsel, I have 2,000 here. That's where our figures are off because there's 3,000 that's already headed out to you guys. There was 1,000 she put into escrow on 10/6. I didn't catch that we have not released. And then she put 1,000 in today.
Okay.
So we are in the $500 range. All right. Ma'am, counsel, the number you gave me is 5,530.
So with the numbers that you shared, 5,000 would come off of my numbers. So my new numbers would be $416.34, along with 163 in court costs for a total of $579.34.
All right. Are we sure the court costs already hadn't been added into the figure?
That could be my mistake, Your Honor. This case has more of a more events than I have been privy to myself. Let's take those court costs off. I think you're correct, Your Honor. My apologies.
All right. So that brings me to the
416.34, I believe. Is that
416.34?
Yes.
All right, Miss Box. Did she leave us again?
Yeah.
No. Miss Box, when can you get that in?
My lease is up on the 31st of October, and and neither are they. The total they gave me was $266 inside change. I have it written down on the receipt that I got from the court because I was down there paying it on Zoom.
Okay, so Miss Box, are you leaving on the 31st?
I am leaving on the 31st. I just didn't want a judgment that I'm not from somewhere else.
I know. So, okay, so Miss Box?
Yes.
Their claim is $416.34. You need to go down to the office, figure out that balance, indicate, ma'am,
Yes, sir.
indicate that you have 5,000 that is headed to the attorney's office and that you just need a reconciliation of that other amount.
Okay,
Okay, so you do that. I'm going to adjourn this out 1 week, 2000 to 27, 2023, 1 p.m. Try to get that reconciled. I'm going to now release the 2,000 to the plaintiff. Okay, and that should be the 5,000 coming in,
1,700.
council. I don't think you'll have
Correct,
the 2 by the time
1,700.
we come back, but what?
I'm sorry, I was just reading off the payments off of my receipts.
Okay, but I don't
1,700,
have Miss Box.
1,300, 1,000.
Miss Box.
Yes.
I don't have the receipt.
Yes.
I don't have the receipt. That's why you're going to need to go down to the office, try to reconcile the numbers with them, and then come back to me in a week.
I just spoke with the morning, this is the attorney. Based on the last time we were here, I told her I'm sick, but I'm at home right now. I'm gonna go to the office and I have her contact right.
I hate it when I speak Portuguese. What I'm going to need you to do is I'm going to need you to go down to the office, reconcile that with them, your receipt and everything else. They'll get to that to their attorney and we'll sort it out next week. You're moving in about 11 days anyway. So we just have to get to a number. All right. She dropped. She's back. You understand that, Miss Box? She connected to audio. Miss Box. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
I think he's got more, right? Yes. Pines of Clover Lane versus Alakule. Is it Poncham?
Alex
They have-
Lubianski on behalf of planner.
Okay, they have not checked in. If you'd like to default, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Go ahead with your claim, sir.
Amount of rent currently owed $2,223.66. Court costs of $163 for a total redemptive amount of $2,386.66. To the best of our knowledge, the defendant is neither a minor, incompetent, nor are they in the military service, and the premises have been kept fit for their intended use. This is a possession judgment, requested writ date of October the 30th.
Judgment to the plaintiff, that is by default for possession. Redemption amount is in the amount requested with the writ to issue in 10 days. Pines of Clover Lane versus Arthur Thomas and Leslie Thomas. They have not checked in. Counsel, you may proceed.
Amount of rent currently owed, $3,743.27. Court costs of $189.04 for a total of $3,932.31. To the best of our knowledge, the defendants are neither minors, incompetent, nor are they in the military service, and the premises have been kept fit for their intended use. Writ of October the 30th.
Judgment to the plaintiff by default for possession. Redemption amount in the amount requested with the writ to issue 10 days. Sutton Ridge 1 versus Andre Duffin and Lindsay, is it Burrell?
Yes.
Council, state your
Alex
opinion.
Lubianski on behalf of plaintiff.
Ms. Burrell?
Yes, I am here and Mr. Duffin is with me also.
Okay, very good. All right, I had a total amount owing at the last hearing of $4,410.17.
I have an updated amount as of
Yes.
today's date. Rent currently $4,221.13. Court costs $191, total of $4,412.13.
Sure how we get there from there, but that's all right. Okay, folks, how are you going to get this paid?
We actually tried to pay it this morning, but we have to pay through whips and there was nobody that was able to work at the location to do that. So we talked to the manager, the leasing manager over at Redwood, and she's aware that we have the amount and we'll do it after we get off work today because we have to go to a different location where they have somebody working.
Okay, here's what we do. I'll adjourn this matter October 27th, 2023, 1 p.m. I don't know why we make it difficult for people to pay. Folks,
Your Honor, I
if
had
for whatever
a
reason,
request on both Sutton Ridge matters. I've spoken with the property manager. Of course, the court's discretion, but we were willing to enter into conditional dismissals to avoid any judgments on these matters. Would that be acceptable?
well, they say they have the money and tried to pay it, but can't pay it. That's a problem because I don't even know why there would be a conditional dismissal. I'm going to adjourn it out. Folks, if you can get it paid after work, get it paid after work. If not, convert what you have to cash and come down and pay the court and this thing will go away.
Okay.
It just shouldn't be this difficult for people to pay their rent. Thank you.
I'm
Your
sorry,
Honor.
Your Honor. We have an additional question if we can.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it possible for the court to order that we are able to leave our lease early without penalty so that we can avoid continuing this process? We would like to leave.
I cannot. I cannot, ma'am.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Sutton Ridge versus, he separated this wrong. Anderson Lee. I don't know. I don't have first names, do I?
Don't have anybody sign it.
Is it Ellie Anderson? Yes, I guess it's Ellie Anderson. They separated the names wrong. Ellie Anderson, no response. You may proceed.
Your Honor, amounts
Well,
currently owed.
hold on a second. I don't have proof of service. They're not marking these files. I don't have a proof of service in here. So I can't proceed. I can adjourn it out for you to get me the proof of service.
All right, this was another that they requested conditional dismissals on. We will get proof of service over to you in the interim.
Adjourn the matter to October 27th, 2023. What time? 1 p.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. Andre Gilbert versus Marcus Hollis.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Trent Tassi. I'm here with the plaintiff, Andre Gilbert. I'm his account manager.
Good morning, Your Honor.
You're his what?
I'm his account manager.
His account manager? Are you an attorney?
No, sir.
Then I can't have you represent Mr. Gilbert.
I'm not representing him, sir. He's here.
I'm here. Your Honor, I'm here.
Okay. Marcus Hollis.
Yes, sir.
All right. This is a termination of tenancy action. Mr. Gilbert, what's your position on the termination of tenancy? Why are you terminating tenancy? Is it a month to month?
Yes, and can I have Mr. Tessie help me with responding to your questions, please?
No, he's not an attorney. You're terminating the tenancy. My question is why are you terminating the tenancy?
He hasn't been paying the rent on time besides the first one in March. So he has been late.
Okay. All right, sir.
Yes. The last payment.
You gave him a notice to quit for termination of his tenancy.
Yes.
But you're claiming to me that the reason why you're terminating his tenancy for failure to pay rent.
No, he has been late on his rent since day one, except the first month. And we have been here before with him to collect money. So we're spending a lot of time and resources with that. So following the contract that we have, he's supposed to pay, and he has over 3 months never paid on time. And actually it's been more than 3 months.
What provision of your lease are you referring to regarding timely payments?
May I ask my Trent to tell me that, please?
You can ask whoever you want. I just need an answer to my question.
Trent?
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
On the lease, what's the default?
Yes, there is a clause in his lease, clause number 9 in his lease, that states that any payments that are late, 3 consecutive payments in a 6-month time frame, is grounds for termination of tenancy. The last rent payment that was collected from Mr. Hollis was on August 2nd.
I really don't need to hear any more from you. I told you, you're not a lawyer. You cannot represent him in these proceedings. The problem that you have, Mr. Gilbert, is that that's not what the notice to quit says.
So what?
I see what the complaint says, but the notice to quit does not give him notice that that's the reason why you're terminating his tenancy.
Well, we went to the court, and that's what they instructed us to do.
We didn't instruct you to do anything. Don't even try that, because my clerks don't instruct people what to do. You didn't fill out the proper portion on the notice to quit to say that you were terminating pursuant to paragraph 9. You did on the complaint, but you didn't on the notice to quit.
Okay, so what should I do next here to comply?
I'd suggest you get a lawyer, and I'll give you 1 week to do it. October 27th, 2023. What time? 1 p.m. Then at that time, if necessary, I'll hear from you, Mr. Hollis. Everybody have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
Court calls the case. Edward McConnell versus Mary Zamora.
Okay. Can they hear you now?
Hello?
Hello, Mr. McConnell.
Here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Zamora is
Mary?
357.
Mary Zamora here.
Yes, ma'am. All right.
Okay, thank you.
And this is a termination. All right. So you're terminating your tenancy. Oh, dear. And is this for failure to pay rent?
Yes, sir.
There's a lease, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's a whole nother proceeding that you have to do that,
Well,
and not this one.
Her lease is over at the end of October. And she hadn't paid rent since March.
Okay, I understand that. but you filed this prior to her lease. You're not terminating or attempting to terminate based upon, you're not seeking to terminate her tenancy based upon the fact that her lease expires. You're trying to file a non-payment of rent case.
That's true.
And all of your paperwork is wrong, including the notice. Because if it's a non-payment of rent case, she has time to cure. This does not give time to cure at all.
Let me know when I can speak.
Well, sometimes if you're winning, I don't know that you want to, but
We just won't renew release.
so, sir, if you're seeking on which you're terminating your tenancy, except the non-payment of rent, is that correct?
I guess that's what it is. I just would like to have her, if she's not going to pay any money, I need to have her move out. I can't afford to take care of her. I can't afford to pay all the bills myself.
Sir, I get that.
So I'm not sure what you're asking me.
Well, there's a lease that she has on the premises, right?
Yes.
All right. To terminate it, there has to be a provision in the lease that permits you to terminate her tenancy. If you're terminating based upon non-payment of rent, then you have to send her a notice to quit for non-payment of rent.
We didn't.
And that's what you didn't do. You just tried to terminate it based upon 30 days, and you can't do it that way.
So you're saying, what's it saying?
But he's saying that wasn't the right paperwork.
We have in the lease, we have it where it says she has to pay it or vacate the premises.
I understand that, but that would be a non-payment of rent case, sir. Your notice, if you're going after rent or you're asking her to pay the rent or leave, the notice is not a proper notice.
I'm okay, just have her leave then.
Okay, well, I can't order her to leave because I'm not sure that you've invoked the jurisdiction of the court for me to be able to do anything.
We have the right to just not renew the lease.
Pardon?
Can we not renew the lease?
Can we just not renew the lease then?
Okay, I'm an attorney, but I can't give you legal advice. That's going to be something you're going to have to talk to an attorney about.
So
I can just tell you that the case is not properly filed.
Okay.
And I can't there's nothing I can do with it.
So what you're saying is I need to talk to an attorney to get this paper done properly.
I think that's probably going to be your best bet because I understand what you're saying. It's just the paperwork doesn't follow from what you're saying. She's protected by a lease. Your notice says basically you're just terminating her on 30 days and you can't do that for non-payment.
Okay, well, can I just not renew the lease then?
She says he can't.
Again, I'm an attorney, but I cannot give you legal advice. Here's what I'm going to do, sir.
I can't afford. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I know. I get where you're coming from, but I can only do what I can legally do. So I'm going to adjourn this out 1 week. What I'm going to suggest is that you get an attorney, talk to an attorney regarding this. That'd be October 27th, 1 p.m. Okay. And maybe they may tell you to dismiss this case, start over. They may tell you to do something. I don't know what they're going to tell you, but that's what I'm going to suggest you do. Mr. Moore, what did you want to tell the court?
Okay. Mr. McConnell and I had a meeting where he gave me a new lease agreement, and we signed that on October 10th, where he was giving me a month-to-month lease agreement. So I thought that his wanting me to move had changed, but that's not what I'm hearing at this meeting.
Okay, so that just added something in that is going to make my head explode. And so I'm going to tell you what, both of you would probably be well advised to contact an attorney to help both of you lead yourselves through this process.
Because I'm surprised that Mr. McConnell came into this meeting wanting me to still leave by October 31, because that's only in 11 days. When we had
folks, you guys vote to find an attorney, and then I'll talk to you next week.
I'll spend more money even though I haven't got paid in a year.
Okay, that is not my fault.
I know.
I can only tell you what I can do.
Gotcha.
So you didn't file it right. I can't do anything. She's telling me now you gave her a new lease, but you want her out. I don't know what you two are doing, but I'm not going to figure it out today.
My discussion with her was, I said, if you're going to pay me what you owe me, I'd be happy to go with another lease, but it'd have to be month to month.
and that's what we agreed on.
Yes,
we
right.
agreed that by November 3rd, I would bring my rent current.
We'll talk to, just say you'll talk
I
to
got
her.
it, Judge. We'll talk to an attorney then.
We'll talk to Mary.
Okay, that's what I said about 5-10 minutes ago. All right, so both of you probably need to do that. We'll see you next week at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Bye.
That's a bad day for us.
You okay? Well, only date I got. I may not show up either. Pat McLaughlin versus James Anderson.
So Mr. Anderson is present in the Zoom.
I think Mr. McLaughlin, I think he's iPhone 2, and I think he's muted.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Mr. Anderson. Mr. McLaughlin, I can't hear you. You have to unmute. I think he's iPhone 2. Nope, still can't hear you.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, great.
All right, both parties are here. This is Mr. Default judgment entered. All right. And then you filed a motion for relief from judgment. Is that correct? Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
And your basis is you had a problem logging in?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so let me ask this. There's a judgment in the amount of $650. Has any of that been paid?
No, sir.
Can you pay it?
I can pay. I'm just starting back to work, and I can have it by, this is the 21st. I can have it for the,
yeah.
I can start paying it on the 1st, because now that I'm gonna have a steady job now. Working, it's not really a job, but it's like a handyman job. So I work like, today is Monday, I might have Tuesday off, and then I work Wednesday, Thursday, if I have Friday off, work weekend. But it's a job and I'm paying on it. And I can start paying on it at the 1st of the month, for sure.
But then how much is your monthly rent?
It's $495. I just got laid off my job.
Okay, it's $495.
Right. That's why I am behind on rent, because I got
okay,
laid
but
off.
sir, okay. if I adjourn this out to the 3rd, then how much are you gonna pay the plaintiff?
What I have. I mean, it's a side job. It's not a real job, like 40 hours a week.
Okay, but I can't just say, pay what you have. I can't. Have you talked to Mr. McLaughlin?
No, I have not talked to him yet. I have been running around filling out applications for jobs and like that. I have been telling them that I have been, he knows about my history as well for me to try to get a job and.
Okay, all right. So the thing is, Mr. McLaughlin, how long have you lived there, Mr. Anderson?
Oh, 10 years, 10 plus.
All right, Mr. McLaughlin, would you be willing, if I gave you guys a week, would you be willing to talk with him, see if you guys can work something out?
Yes. Yeah, I can talk to him.
Okay,
He's made these allegations, though, in his motion about bed bugs and his lock not working, and I tried to contact him, and he did not respond to me.
Okay, I'll deal with that if we have to have the full hearing on it. But I'm going to adjourn this out to October 27th, 2023 at 1 p.m. You guys talk to each other in that week, see if you can work out the issues regarding your claims as well as work out the rental issues and a payment plan and see if you can get this resolved. Understood?
Understood.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your
We'll see
Honor.
you next week.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I'm running a bit behind. Ms. Luckoff, I see you there, and Amy too. And I will call the cases. I promise you I'll come back. I really will. You just got to give me 5 minutes.
Take your time.
folks?
Take your time.
Court's going to be in brief recess.
You have to take a shower today?
Took a shower.
She needs a shower.
Go to work. Talk to this guy. Just got off the Zoom conference.
What about him?
This is the guy who I've had all kinds of problems with. He's the guy who snapped the handle on my
and chop saw. The guy was screaming behind the building. I got a default judgment against him.
Mr. McLaughlin. Mr. McLaughlin, you are not muted. I just thought I'd let you know that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I
No
was.
problem. I just thought I'd
Okay.
let you know that because we can all hear you, and I know the judge is off the bench, but you probably don't want anyone listening to your conversation.
Thank you. How do I hang up on a Zoom?
It's fine, Harry. You get to, I basically.
It should be a lead. I'm a mirror whore.
I'm live.
The 14th District Court is now back in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
And I know everybody didn't expect me to come back, but I did. Arbor One West versus Maya Patterson and Alaya Mullen and Kiri White.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Cheryl Walkoff on behalf of the plaintiff.
None are checked in. If you'd like to proceed, do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Your Honor, plaintiff moves for entry of a default judgment of possession only, rent to retain $1,562, court costs $265.52. The total redemption figure $1,827.52 with a writ date of October 30th, 2023.
Judgment to the plaintiff. That is by default for possession, redemption amount in the amount requested, writ to issue in 10 days. Arbor One West versus Danielle Henkin.
Cheryl Walkoff on behalf of the plaintiff.
Danielle, not checked in. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Plaintiff moves for entry of a default judgment of possession only, rent to retain $1,347. Court costs $163.84. The total balance $1,510.84 with a writ date of October 30th.
Judgment to the plaintiff by default for possession, redemption amount in the amount requested, writ to issue in 10 days. Arbor One West versus Chauncey Hyman.
Cheryl Walkoff on behalf of the plaintiff.
Yes.
Sir, state your name.
Chauncey Hyman.
Mr. Hyman, I'm going to tell you one thing. As I was going through that painful last block, I noticed you laughing.
No,
at my
I'm
pain.
sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm just messing with you. All right.
I'm sorry.
No, he was
Y'all be
laughing at me.
scared,
He
man.
was laughing at me and all my pain and agony. I saw it.
I remember.
We've got the tape. We had the tape. We can play it back. But,
No, I remember. I understand what you were saying, though.
yeah. Okay. All right. I had 44, 88, 84, 0.
I have the total amount now is $4,563.84.
All right, Mr. Hyman.
Yes.
How are you going to get that paid, sir?
I was under a Section 8 program, so they was paying my rent, and I was just like recently informed that I was not getting all their paperwork. So I'm in contact with Section 8. My Section 8 worker right here, Rochelle Black. I've been trying to get a informal hearing. I'm waiting on the email right now from them. That was who was paying my rent. Section 8 was. And like I said, I was totally unaware until I got an eviction notice that it was certain paperwork that I had to fill out for my Section 8 that I was not getting due to a mailbox issue. Mailboxes was torn up, allowing people to go in and take people mail. And unfortunately, I was one of them people that was getting my mail taken from me.
Your Honor, I think there's a lot more to the story than that's being presented, and I believe Amy too can elaborate if the court is so inclined.
Go ahead.
Hi, Your Honor. So from what I understand, Mr. Hyman has been terminated. Here's the paperwork from Mishta from his program. And at this point, the rent has not been being paid. Mr. Hyman came in, I think about 2 weeks ago and said that his box was compromised. I fixed it immediately. But again, Your Honor, it's not our responsibility to know when his rent is being paid or not paid. He's, several months behind.
I get that part, but does it give the basis for the termination? It's paperwork.
Yes, sir, it does. The basis is a criminal record, I believe.
Yes, Your Honor. It's the same charges that I still was placed on Section 8 for. So that's why I was saying it's nothing for me to talk to. I'm talking to the worker right now.
All right, Mr. Hyman. Seems to me that the only way this gets resolved is if Section 8, let's say you were to get all of that paperwork in.
Yes.
And then Section 8 says that they're going to pay the back rent.
Okay.
As well as everything else. If they don't pay the back rent, but just restart you on Section 8, you're still going to be $4,500 in the hole.
Yes, that's due to me totally unaware. That's due to I was totally unaware.
I hear you. Okay. I mean, I'm not disputing anything that you're saying, but that's the only way that this is going to be able to work itself out.
Okay.
Right.
The problem, Your Honor, as you know, is that we're going to be into November. He has not done anything. I mean, what has he done from last week to this week to try and move this along? I guess would be my question.
I told you I'm in contact with the housing Section 8 worker, and they allow me to write a letter to them, which is they had to contact Arbor One Apartments out here to verify that my mailbox was compromised. And they did that. They allowed me to send out the letter via email and a handwritten letter, and I did that already. So right now I'm just waiting for a response as quick as possible for them. They said they will be in touch shortly.
Right, but hold on. Your understanding is was compromised. And are they saying that if that's the case, they're going to reinstate you?
Yes, they're going to allow me to submit the proper paperwork I was unable to submit.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I don't know that I'm going to turn it out 1 week. And sir, you have to get all that information, not only to the court, but to plaintiff's counsel, to the landlord, indicating that they're going to reinstate you and that they're going to pay the back rent.
Okay.
If they don't do that, I'm giving them judgment.
All right. What day?
Understand me?
Yes, I'm about to get in contact with housing right now. So I'm just waiting on
October 27th, 2023. What time? 2 p.m.
1 second.
But if I don't, Mr. Hyman, so that you know, if I don't have that, I'm just going to grant them the judgment.
All right. October 27th, 2 p.m.
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Arbor One versus Akiba Tucker.
Carol Walkoff on behalf of the plaintiff.
Ms. Tucker, you're muted.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to get unmuted. My apologies. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. All right. Where are we on this case?
Your Honor, at the last hearing we had, what needed to be completed, the ductwork needed to be completed, which they did come out and do this week. When they completed the ductwork, they determined there was a crack in the heat exchange and they have to replace the furnace, which is going to happen on Tuesday.
Got it. Okay. So.
But there is some money in escrow, Your Honor, I believe, but the balance right now is $6,237.
I don't have anything for October in escrow. So why is that, Ms. Tucker?
Hi, Judge. So when we spoke, I did tell you that I was going to come in that following week to make that payment. And you had told me that I had to come in Tuesday because it was a holiday. Well, I had an unforeseen emergency. I am asking for an extension until next week to pay this. I, in the last 4 months, have not slept a night in this house because I have lung disease. I cannot breathe in here. I have spent money on hotels and gas to sleep in my car. I have not mentioned this before because I didn't know where this was going to go.
Ma'am, all of that will be addressed. I'm trying to figure out why you didn't comply with the court's escrow order.
Because I had an emergency that I had to take care of.
Well.
And I mean, I'm asking for an extension because I've been in this home since
You need to
April
go,
in
ma'am,
this condition.
you need to go pay the amount into escrow. Because of the heat exchanger, I will adjourn it out to the 27th, 2023 at 2 p.m. The heat exchanger should be in and escrow should be paid.
It will be.
Your Honor,
Because right
just so,
now,
go ahead, sorry.
I have $990 in escrow. That's it.
Yes.
But that's what was there before I ordered it on October 6th.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Your Honor, I just want to make sure
Yes.
we don't have an issue that we come back next week with this very high balance, and even let's assume that escrow is paid, the October escrow. As far as we're concerned, there are no outstanding issues. I just want to clear the record so we're not here next week hearing that there's some other issue that hasn't been addressed from a repair standpoint.
The only issue I had from my notes in the file, which then led to the heat exchanger, that's going to be repaired on Tuesday. So that
Right.
issue should then resolve itself. And then it's going to be the issue of the monies and her answer and the like, and try to
Okay.
resolve the case. So
Thank
I
you.
don't think there should be any other repair issues or anything like that coming up.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case of Arbor One versus Ashley Grisham.
Cheryl Walkoff on behalf of the plaintiff.
Not checked in. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Plaintiff moves for entry of a default judgment of possession only. Rent to retain $1,571.61. Court costs $163.84. The total balance $1,735.45.
Judgment to the plaintiff by default for possession, redemption amount in the amount requested with the writ issue in 10 days. Arbor One versus Natasha Drake.
Cheryl Walkoff on behalf of the plaintiff.
She's not checked in.
Natasha Drake, not here. You may proceed.
You know what? Give me 1 second. I have to I had
It's okay.
sorry, I had 2 stacks for a court and I had them reprinted and I think I got rid of that one. Excuse me.
Okay.
As I'm trying to get through here quickly. Here we
it's
go.
okay.
Rent to retain possession, Your Honor, $904, cost $163.84. The total balance, $1,067.84.
Judgment to the plaintiff by default for possession, redemption amount in the amount requested, writ issue in 10 days. Arbor One
Thank you.
versus William Patrick.
Cheryl Walkoff on behalf of the plaintiff.
How you doing, Your Honor?
What's your name?
William Patrick.
William Patrick? Okay.
Yeah.
And also Rodney Gray.
He's out in Ann Arbor. He left me. He left on the 3rd of October, and I
Okay.
vacated Monday the 16th. I don't no longer live there.
So you don't live in the premises anymore?
No, I do not. And Rodney Gray was supposed to pay the balance. He left me holding the bag. And I'm dealing
All
with
right.
legal aid
So,
right now.
Hold
Alex.
on. So you vacated the premises, so you're
Yes,
giving
I-
permission for the plaintiff to re-enter the premises and reclaim it?
Yeah, I handed in my keys on Monday the 13th.
Amy
Your
Chu, is
Honor,
that correct? They have the keys?
I can verify a key return slip on October 16th where he signed stating that he had moved.
Sorry about
All right.
that.
No problem, sir.
So, and you indicate Mr. Gray has moved. Is that right, Mr. Patrick?
Yeah, he was supposed to remain the balance because he had problems with his money on July and stuff.
I got you. Okay. So I've only got one tenant here that surrendered the premises. So what do you want to do, Miss Lucca?
I think we should just take a judgment because I'll just take it against then. So Mr. Gray is not present, so I can take it against Mr. Gray only.
That's fine. I think that's probably the prudent way to do it.
I agree. Your Honor, rent to retain possession, $1,599.67. Court cost $214.68. The total balance, $1,814.35. The writ date is the 30th of October against Mr. Rodney Gray only.
Okay, what was your total amount? I'm sorry, Counsel.
$1,814.35.
Thank you. Judgment to the plaintiff. That is by default for possession. Redemption amount in the amount requested. Writ to issue in 10 days. Judgment as to defendant 2 only. All right. Thank you.
Have a good one, Your Honor.
You do the same. Court calls the case Arbor 1 versus Sergey Dawson.
Sure, Walkup on behalf. Oops, and here I go interrupting you
It's
without
okay.
the second defendant. Had to do it once today.
Maya June Worcester. I know we were doing good until then. All right.
Mr. Dawson is here.
All right. Mr. Dawson is here. Sir, state your name.
Sergey Dawson.
All right. And where are we on this case?
You're on a rent to retain possession here, $2,375. Court cost $214.68. Total balance is $2,589.68.
Right. And Mr. Dawson, what do you have to say about that?
Your Honor, I paid $1,000 on the 18th. It did clear, so it should be in the system. As for the next $1,589 and some change, I can give about $400 today, and then in a week on Saturday of the 28th, I can pay the remainder of the balance.
Okay. So do you show the 1,000 paid?
I don't. Amy too, do you?
I do. It just went in the system. His balance currently is $1,589.68.
Okay. So here's what I'll do, sir, so that we don't click in November rent. So that's 1,589.68.
Correct, sir.
So I'm going to issue a judgment finding no tribal issue after a hearing for that total amount of 1,589.68. And you'll have that paid, you said, by that Saturday?
I should, as long as checks clear.
Okay, here's what I'll do. I'm locking in this figure. You'll figure out how to get your November rent paid. But if I click over into November, then that's just going to get added on. So I'm sealing it basically at this for right now. Doesn't include your November rent. And then with a writ date of the 3rd, November 3rd. Okay, that'll give you time to get that payment in, and then you can work on making sure you get your November rent in. Okay, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, not a problem. Thank you.
Yeah, you have a good weekend.
You do the same. Once I get to it, I'm going to enjoy it. Arbor 1 versus Taman, is it Gabriel? Gabriel? I don't know. I messed that up. But they're
Sure,
not
on behalf of the plaintiff.
here. They're not here, are they? They did not check in. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Plaintiff moves for entry of a default judgment of possession only, rent to retain, $1,957.02. Court costs $163.84. Total balance is $2,120.86.
Judgment to the plaintiff. That is by default for possession. Redemption amount in the amount requested. Writ issued 10 days. Arbor 1 versus DeAndre Johnson. Arbor 1 versus Cheryl O'Banner. Arbor 1 versus Lakeisha Harris. And Arbor 1 versus Marquise Kennedy. Those matters are dismissed on plaintiff's motion without prejudice.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. DeAndre Johnson, you're present?
Yeah, I was getting prepared to talk, but I guess you dismissed it. I still was.
It was dismissed. You okay with that?
Yeah, I don't know how much they claim I owe them.
Well, they're not claiming anything at this point in court.
Oh, okay. That's all I need to know.
I mean, I dismissed the case, so there's nothing before the court on that. Okay?
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right. Have a good weekend. Six Trails versus Adam Burgess.
Cheryl Walkoff on behalf of the plaintiff.
Not checked in. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Rent to retain possession here is $3,006, cost $200. The total bill is $3,206 with the writ date of October 30th. This is for possession only by default.
Judgment to the plaintiff by default for possession, redemption amount, any amount requested, writ issued 10 days. Six Trails versus Michael Pertunian.
Cheryl Walkoff on behalf of the plaintiff.
Not checked in. You may proceed.
Your Honor, rent to retain possession here, $2,722, court cost $200. The total balance, $2,922.
Judgment to the plaintiff by default for possession, redemption amount, any amount requested, writ to issue 10
Okay.
days.
Thank you
that's
so
it for you.
much. That's
All
it.
right. Sorry about the delay. You guys have a great weekend.
You too. Thank you.
You too, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, that's that. And folks, give us about 5 minutes to get our next block set up, and then we will start calling cases. All right, court's gonna stand in brief recess. I'm live.
The 14A District Court is now back in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
Good afternoon. Arbor Woods versus Tierra Monroe.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Rachel Dornbush, Palace Law, on behalf of the plaintiff.
Good afternoon. Is he here?
Yeah, Ms. Monroe is.
Tierra Monroe. She's here. Tierra Monroe, thank you. You need to unmute and state your name.
Tierra Monroe.
Okay. All right. And where are we on this case? There was a judgment. This is your motion to set this aside, I think.
Yeah, Your
Or
Honor, it's
state.
marked as a motion to set aside a default judgment, but I show this was a judgment by hearing for one. Also, our office received a notice to appear, but I did not receive a copy of the motion, so I have no idea what Ms. Monroe is alleging.
There are no allegations. I think she's attempting to try to stay the writ. She did post, and now we'll deal with the clerk's office on this. She did post $624 into escrow. However, what do you have as the current balance on this?
Just one moment, Your Honor. Current balance is $2,760.27.
Give me that again. I'm sorry, counsel.
2760.27.
All right. Ms. Monroe,
Yes.
why are you before the court trying to stay the writ?
Because Hawk or SOS, I don't know if those are the same things. They were willing to, I got approved and they said they would help me. But when the lady Amber, she tried to reach out to the attorney over Arbor Wood, she said that she didn't get like a respond back or anything.
All right, here, this is a problem because Amy.
So I had also went to legal aid. So they're the one who told me to basically go through this process.
Okay, I understand that. Ma'am, when was your appointment?
My appointment was August 1st. And I got approved. So I came to court, what was it, September something? So then when I went, I basically paid October rent. So I need September and August that they're willing to pay, but they can't get in touch with the attorney.
Right, but the problem is, I don't think the funding's there. Am I correct on that, Amy?
Your Honor, I just want to clarify, who is your caseworker?
Her name is Autumn, but I'm not for sure her last
okay.
name.
Right, no, that's fine. That's all I need to know. I just want to make sure that you also you received assistance back in April.
You said, did I?
Yeah.
I think so, but I'm not for sure.
Okay, all right, okay, so it sounds like there's two issues. Yes, Autumn could be her caseworker, but I believe that I remember her name from back in April, having already received assistance, and so that may actually be.
So she won't get it.
I'd like to check on that real quick, if you can just.
All right, yes, that's fine.
And Your Honor, depending on the type of assistance, even if she is eligible, I don't know that my client will participate in the program. And so that may be another issue.
Is it ESG that Arbor Woods is limited to not wanting to participate in, Ms. Dornbush?
I'd have to know the specifics of the program.
This is the one that needs that VAWA.
Yes, then they would not participate in that.
Okay.
Got it. Okay. So they're not going to participate in it anyway. All right, Ms. Monroe.
That's okay.
Given that information, I don't need the rest of the information. I don't have a basis to stay the writ in this case. The assistance wouldn't be coming through. The landlord is not participating in that program. So regrettably, I'm going to have to deny your motion. And the writ will issue, and the court is signing that as we speak.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So like, what's the process? I don't get it.
Well, what it is that the judgment entered, you filed this, the escrow will be released to plaintiff, by the way.
Thank you. Your
So
Honor.
I'm releasing the escrow to the plaintiff. So unless you can find a way to have that redemption amount paid prior to the time of the writ arriving or the order of eviction arriving, the landlord now has permission to execute that order of eviction in this case.
So basically, I can't get no more time if I was told to go this route and I pay October rent. I didn't know this was gonna happen.
No, and I wasn't clear that that was going to happen either. But what I'm indicating to you is that there's not additional time available. The landlord's entitled to the order of eviction. So I have to give that to them, and I don't have a basis in which to stay the writ or a legal basis to stay the writ.
Mm. So what is that 620 that I placed going towards? Or do I get that back?
No, the 624, because you still owe money to the landlord. So the 624 is being released to the plaintiff, to the landlord.
So
that would
leaves
make
me
the
with-
amount, hold on, that would make the amount that you would have to pay $1,908.80, which is the amount of the judgment, less the 624. That's what you would have to come up with to stop this order of eviction.
You said 1,900?
Well, no. So I asked initially, ma'am, I asked for the landlord to give me what was owed at this time. But the amount of the judgment is different because the judgment was in September. So the judgment was for $1,908.80. You posted with the court $624. So in order to stop the writ to the extent that you could get this paid, you would need to pay $1,284.80.
No problem. I got it to pay. I thought something else, but okay.
Your Honor, just to
Okay.
clarify, the amount that's owed currently is $2,760.27. So she would have to pay $2,136.24, correct? Because 624 is an escrow, so she would have to pay the difference between what's
Well,
currently owed.
except that if the amount that's paid is the judgment amount, I understand where counsel's going to, and that may be another fight for another day. My issue is that to satisfy the judgment, that's what she would have to tender.
Correct, but I believe, just to be clear, and so Ms. Monroe is very clear, my client would require her to pay the amount in full, since additional amounts have come due since entry of the judgment. And here we are, late
And
October.
I understand what your client may be required, but if she were to post that with the court, the writ would be stayed. So I'm just going on my interpretation, and then at some point we'll have to fight about it, but I don't think not today.
So
All right.
as of right now, I have to pay $1,284, right?
If that would satisfy the judgment, but ma'am, the problem is, and I think what counsel's pointing out is you owe October, and very soon, the next 10 days, you're going to owe November.
Oh, because when I went to the court, they said I had to pay 1 month. So I was considering that October.
Well, it doesn't matter. You had a judgment. Okay, just gonna do the math here. You had a judgment for 1908.80, which included your rent through September.
Mhm.
You posted 1 month, the 624. To satisfy that judgment, you'd have to pay the difference. But even if you paid that difference, you still owe October and going into November. So there's still other funds, which also are court costs, and well, the court costs would be covered there. But you're gonna owe other funds coming into that next month, October.
Mm.
All right, and in 10 days or 11 days, you're gonna owe November.
I already got November. So I
Okay.
understand. Okay. I just want to get the price right, what I gotta pay.
My suggestion to you is if you have, I wouldn't look at it in terms of months, but if you have a monies, Miss Dornbush, what was your figure including October's?
2760.27.
All right, and then I have 624. So, ma'am, so that you're clear, if you have it,
My math was 2136.24, Your Honor. Brought her fully current.
24, I have 44. I have 2144.
Oh,
But
maybe I
whatever.
messed that up. Let's see.
Okay, so if you have $2,144.27 to pay it. Okay, because what that will do is that will clear you, that will zero out your account. And then you start again for November. So if you have it, pay it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Court calls the case of Arbor Woods versus Angela Bogart.
Not checked in.
You hang good.
And Angela Bogart, not present. You may proceed. Counts. Well, I got to swear you in first. Do you solemnly swear or for testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do. For the record, Your Honor,
Go
Rachel
ahead.
Dornbush, Palace Law on behalf of plaintiff. Your Honor, there's rent to retain of $343.85, cost of $169.72 for a total due of $513.57, and we'd request entry of a default possession only judgment with writ to issue in 10 days.
Judgment to the plaintiff by default for possession, redemption amount in the amount requested, writ to issue in 10 days. Arbor Woods versus Ruth Fallstrom.
I'm here, Your Honor.
All right. I had at the last hearing 457428. She's at that date, she said she paid $1,500 last night, so that probably wouldn't have been reflected. And then she expects $1,000 before the 20th. Ma'am, did you pay the $1,000?
I paid $1,100 this morning. They did make a copy I have with me of the money orders. I handed them straight to the front office.
So,
Okay.
Your Honor, just to clarify, my notes from the last court date indicated she had claimed she had paid $2,100, and my clients advised that was not the case, that they had received $1,100.
Yeah, I
Ms.
paid
Fallstrom.
$1,100 before. Yeah.
Hold on. So I'm just going by what's in my file from the last hearing. I wasn't presiding. So it says that the defendant paid $1,500 the night before the hearing. That would have been October 12th.
Let's see, I'm just looking at the ledger, Your Honor. Bear with me just a moment, because now I'm seeing something else entirely different. So.
Okay.
I think I only paid $1,100 before the last hearing, Your Honor. I'm trying to double check my stuff. Sorry, I have a pile here. So.
Your Honor, it was $1,300. $1,300. Yeah.
So she paid $1,300.
Correct. So all of these numbers, what's on the ledger is $1,300. And Ms. Bogart, you say you paid another $1,100 this morning?
Yes, I paid $1,100 this morning to them.
Okay,
before.
stop there. Okay. So without the 1,100, what do you have as their balance?
$3,504.28, and I apologize, Ms. Felstrom, I called you by the wrong last name. Please excuse me.
Okay.
All right, and then if she paid the 1,100, we're really down to about 2410 or something along those lines. All right, Ms. Falstrom.
Yes, my employer just gifted me $1,000 check to help me. That should be available next week.
Okay.
And then I get paid again on the 31st, so I should be all caught up. I know that's at the end of the month, but that's my next payday. I'm hoping that my roommate can submit some money as well, but I don't know what's going to come in because he's not working full time right now. So.
All right, so I got you. All right, so by next week, you're going to bring this balance down another 1,000.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So here's what I'm going to do, and then maybe a COD can be done or something. I'm going to adjourn this out 1 week. Make sure that payment gets in because you're working hard trying to get this done. So I'll do that for you.
I appreciate it.
And that will be at what time?
9 a.m.
At 9 a.m. So get that payment in. That should bring you down into about the $1,400 range. And then you're saying your next check after that, you can pay that amount?
Yes, I should be just fine because I'll worked a full 2 weeks at that point. I've been sick, so I haven't been working full time either. So.
Okay, so that might clear you for October.
Yes, that's my hope and my prayer that I won't have
I
to
want
go
to
through
make
this
sure
again.
that 1,000 gets in, and then we can see what we can do. Okay, ma'am?
Okay.
Your Honor, that adjournment is over the objection of plaintiff, as I don't have authority to adjourn.
Absolutely over the objection of plaintiff and anybody else that may want to say something. I'm doing
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms.
Have a
Falls.
good weekend.
You do the same.
Bye-bye.
Arbor Woods versus Eric Miller and Daniel Miller. And they are not checked in. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. There is rent to retain of $3,659.72, cost of $209.44 for a total due of $3,869.16, and we request entry of a default possession only judgment with writ to issue in 10 days.
Judgment to the plaintiff. That's by default for possession redemption amount in the amount requested. Writ issue 10 days. Arbor Woods versus Julia Vaughn and Kevin Duke. Oh, they're both here. Okay, state your names, please. Not at the same time.
Julie Vaughn.
Kevin Duke. All right. And I had $2,083.48 owing at the last hearing.
And that's what's still due on it, Your Honor.
Okay. Folks, how are we taking care of this?
I actually just was in touch with our office manager. We're actually going to purchase our home. So I don't know exactly how the payments are going to work out from here out. He did tell me just to keep making payments on it for now. This morning I dropped off $1,400. I do have copies of the money order. And that brought us down to $643 that we still owe. But I do know with our next pay that my next payment is going to go into the month of November. So
Okay, so hold on. I got to make sure I understood what you just said. When you said your next payment would go into the November, what do you mean by that?
I get paid bi-weekly. So
Okay. Okay, I got you. All right. So there's no way for you guys to come up with 643 by next week.
Not before the beginning of November, no.
Gotcha. Okay. And Ms. Dornbush, you don't see the 1,400 there, do you?
I do not, Your Honor. If Your Honor wants to pass on the matter, I'm happy to verify with my client.
Yeah, folks, let me do this because then I'm going to do something, kind of lock a figure in because you're purchasing. So I'm going to try something, but I just want to check that the 14 went in. I trust you, but I just want to make sure that they verified it, and then we'll do something. I'll pass this matter briefly. And court calls the cases of Arbor Woods versus Brittany Woods and Varshawn Zimmerman. Those matters are dismissed on plaintiff's motion without prejudice. Northfield Estates versus Mark Capaldi. Mark Capaldi. You're going to prompt him. Didn't I just
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Capaldi.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Okay, I'm doing okay. And Ms. Dornbush, I know you're doing 8 different things at one time. How much is owing on this?
Yes, Your Honor. Total due with court costs $2,199.
And Mr. Capaldi, how are you intending on getting that paid?
I get paid next Friday. On Monday I could give them at least 600. Then Friday I'll be able to pay the rest.
So Friday the 27th, you can pay the rest?
Yes, sir.
And what time would you be paying that on that Friday?
After 3 o'clock.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, if I need to pay it soon, does it need to be earlier in the day?
Yes, it would need it needs, what time was there, bro?
9 a.m.
Okay. It would have to be paid before 9 a.m. or Thursday. You're not going to be able to do that, are you?
On what, Thursday next week?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get most of it. And then I'd have 21. I could get it by Thursday.
So you can pay it to the office over there on Thursday?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to trust you that you're going to get that paid over the objection of plaintiff. I'm going to adjourn this to the 27th, 2023 at 9 a.m. If you get it paid, then hopefully we can get this matter dismissed out. All right.
All righty. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. Have a good day.
Do the same. Northfield Estates versus Chad Gibbs.
Chad Gibbs, Your Honor.
Oh, Gibbs is 202. He's a dial-in.
All right.
Okay.
No computer.
I have owing, as of the last hearing, $3,092, which is including costs. That's the note I have.
That's the same amount that's due, Your Honor.
All right. And sir, Mr. Gibbs, how are you intending on paying this?
I'd like to be able to try to make payments if possible. The company that I work for, we're kind of in trouble because of the strike that's going on with the UAW, and my hours have been cut from 6 a week to 40. And if I can go back to my overtime, I can have this paid off in 2 weeks. But right now, I'm only at 40 hours a week. So if I can make payments on it, I'd be more than happy to do that. I can pay $250 today, which I know isn't anything, but
Have you talked to your landlord about it, the position you're in?
I don't really see eye to eye very well with management. It seems that every time an arrangement is made, things get done, and then for some reason they say I'm not doing what I'm supposed to. So I've already had emails back and forth, and I said, well, I'm going to wait until what Judge Simpson tells me to do. That's what I'll do.
And Your Honor, just to clarify, payment arrangements, I think, were entered into with Mr. Gibbs previously. He did not comply with them. There was email correspondence between my client and Mr. Gibbs earlier this month, My client reached out to discuss what he was proposing to try and pay this. And Mr. Gibbs indicated he never agreed to a payment plan, just that he needed until sometime in November to pay off. And I had told him and Judge Barr last week or at the last court date that I could not extend beyond October 30th. At this point, I have no authority to adjourn or to enter into a payment plan. I do not believe my client is willing to extend beyond the statutory 10-day period in light of prior arrangements that were not complied with.
She is a genius, but she didn't do.
Pardon?
Yeah, they give me.
I can't. Is that him?
It's not me.
Sir? That was not him. Somebody else. Mr. Gibbs?
Yes.
Okay, so what's I guess the question is how, give me your version of how this gets paid off, because and here's the problem. People may or may not sympathize with the strike and then the peripheral, whatever that comes out of it, and that's fine. But how would you be intending to get this paid off? Because I'm at 3,000 now, and with November looming.
I can have everything paid off by the end of November. I know that's a long time, but I bring home 700 a week. I can do 600 a week. I mean, I need $50 at least a week for gas. I can give you everything I got. That's all I can do.
All right, you're gonna have to try to work something out with them. Get a loan. There's not much I can do with that.
Okay.
So, but rather than have the November amount click in, I'm gonna do something here. I'm gonna issue a judgment finding no tribal issue after hearing for the $3,092. Now, you get paid every week, or how you get paid?
Every week.
Okay, and so all right, the normal writ date would be the 30th, basically, of this month. You get paid on Fridays?
Yes.
Okay. So 1, 2, 3. With 6 times 3, about 1,800. All right. So here's what I'm going to do, and it's the best I can do on this, sir. I would extend your writ date out to November 3rd. See if you can borrow, do whatever. But what that does is, at least I realize there may have been this payment in the past. People may have different versions as to whether or not you kept up with it. I wasn't there. But if I do that to November 3rd, that at least gives you 3 checks to put more money toward this. And if you get it down, you can get it down into at least a more manageable position and maybe try to get this thing paid off. But I'm going to do the judgment so that I can lock that figure in. So that we don't click over into November and then this becomes a bigger mountain than we need. Okay? All right. You understand that, Mr. Gibbs?
Yes, I do.
All right. Thank you, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Your Honor, just to clarify, that extension is over plaintiff's objection, correct?
Yes. Plaintiff is objecting to everything I'm doing. But yes, that is over plaintiff's objection.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Northville Estates versus Emily Singleton. They are not checked in. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. There is rent to retain of $2,323, court cost of $197 for a total due of $2,520.
And we would request entry of a default possession only judgment with writ to issue in 10 days.
Judgment to the plaintiff. That's by default for possession, redemption amount in the amount requested with writ issued 10 days. Northfield Estates versus Cheryl Cornett.
Yes, sir. This is
Oh.
Cheryl Cornett.
Okay, she's Samsung. Got it. Okay. All right. I had last hearing, I had $1,663 owing, including cost.
And
Yes.
today, Your Honor, we're at 1313.
Okay, we're at 1313 now. All right. Ms. Cornett, how are you intending on getting this paid?
Well, I dropped $280 a money order this morning in the box. Outside the manager's office. And I'm
Okay.
asking for another 2 weeks to get the rest of it paid. Which would give me till November 3rd. But I
Okay,
dropped
so-
280, another 280 this morning in the box.
280. Your Honor, I
All
don't
right.
have authority to extend into November without including November, unfortunately.
I understand. So here's what I'm going to do, ma'am. I'm going to grant a judgment for the 1313 because they don't have that receipted as of yet. They'll take it off the 280 that you gave. No tribal
Okay.
issue after a hearing. I'll enter the judgment for possession. After hearing on it. And over the objection to plaintiff, I'll extend your writ date to November 3rd, 2023. Understand that doesn't include November. So
Right.
you judgment paid off, but then you got to pay November.
Yep, I should have that probably within the following week or two. By the second week of November, I'll have November's paid. But my goal is to get this
Okay.
13, but they got the 280. So, all right. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Northfield Crossing versus, is it Jelene Davis and Jocelyn Diamond?
Here,
Ms. Davis?
yes.
All right.
So,
They set
Your
aside.
Honor, I was gonna say, we showed this being a default judgment from last week, but I suspect that maybe it was set aside, maybe defendant showed up late for court.
No, we
No.
had, go ahead, baby.
Well,
They-
what happened?
it just says they were confused about the notes for both courtrooms, which I
Yeah,
thought was going to occur more often than it does.
Yeah, they
So
gave.
they
Oh.
set the judgment aside and set it for today. All right.
You can see you.
Okay.
So,
I had a claim of the last hearing of $1,732.76 owed.
And that's still correct, Judge, thank you.
All right, folks, how are you going to get that paid?
We pretty much have most of it. We were gonna pay. They said they wanted it all in full. So
Okay. How much do you guys have?
about 1,500.
Okay. All right.
But that's all we have, period. So after I work this weekend, we'll have the rest of it.
Hold on a second. So you have 1,500 that you can pay now.
No. I'm sorry. I don't have 1,500. I'm sorry. My apologies. We got about what is it, about 12. We got about 1,200 that we can pay right this minute. But we'll have the rest of it this week. This next week.
Okay, so you got 1,200 you can pay now. And then you have, so the 1,732 you can have paid by what date?
Hold on.
You need a calendar.
Yeah, let me get the calendar. I can do it by the following Monday and have it in full.
On Monday?
The following Monday. Is that possible?
So November 6th?
No.
Or no, I'm sorry, on the 30th.
The
Yes.
30th.
30th.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. You guys will get this paid, but I'm gonna do the same thing that I did here. No tribal issue after a hearing. I'm gonna grant them a judgment for the amount of the 1732.76. Okay.
Okay.
And I'm going to grant you to October. So you said you'll have it by the 23rd, right? This Monday coming up?
No, by the 30th.
By the 30th. Okay. So I'll do that. I'll say no writ October 31st.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So you guys get that. I've locked the figure in. You get it paid, then you're good through October.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank
Sound
you.
good?
Yes, sir.
All right. Not a problem. Thank you.
Thank
you.
That's over plaintiff's objections. Northville Crossing versus Pamela Presley, even though it's one day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Your name, ma'am?
Hello, Pamela Presley.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Okay, Miss Presley, how are you doing?
I'm here, Your Honor.
Okay. I had $1,727.07. It says here you paid $1,003.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Ms. Dornbush, how much is owing on her account?
So, Your Honor, I'm still showing a balance of 1782.07, but my client did confirm receipt of the 1,003 payment. I'm not sure why it hasn't been processed yet, but they do have it, and I believe it's their intention to process it. So 779.07 is the balance.
Say again?
779.07.
Okay. And so, Ms. Presley, when are you going to have that?
So I've reached out to, well, I've got a couple of things. I've reached out to a family member to help me, but I'll be able to pay it by October 30th.
You can get that paid by October 30th?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Go ahead.
And I got my balance. I looked on the online, and it says I owe a balance of $734.07.
Which is probably going to be a late fee or something in there.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do the same thing, but they are acknowledging they have your 1,003. So I'm going to do, after hearing, no tribal issue, after a hearing in this matter, I'm going to grant you a judgment or grant them a judgment for 779.07. Okay. And you're going to get that paid by the 30th or the 31st?
Yes. Now, if
Okay.
I'm off $100, now let me ask you this, Judge. If I'm off $100, can I just make arrangements with the office to get that in at a later date?
If you're off and they'll make arrangements for $100, then that's fine. But you need to get this paid. Now, are you going to be able to get it paid by then?
I'm pretty sure I will be by the 30th.
Okay. All right, Miss Presley, that didn't sound very good.
More than likely I will be able to.
Okay, that doesn't help me either. If you're Miss Presley, what date can you definitely have that $779?
I'm gonna say the 30th, Your Honor.
Okay, so here's what. Okay. I'm going to grant them that judgment with the writ the 31st, October 31st, over plaintiff's objection. Okay? You got to get it all in by the end of the month. Because if you're 100 short and they don't want to work with you, then there's not a whole lot I can do.
Okay.
Okay? All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Northville Crossing versus Jose Ramos.
I'm here, Your Honor. Christina
And
Gonzalez.
Christina Gonzalez.
Yes, I'm here.
You're Miss Gonzalez?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Jose and I are divorced. My last name is, I got my maiden name back. My last name is Gates, the Gueits.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I see. Okay. So I had claimed that owing is 2082.
Your Honor, I've got them at 2137. Let me see the reason for that. Sorry, Your Honor, I'm scrolling through. Bear with me just a moment.
No, it's okay. It's all right.
All right, so. Yeah, the additional late fee, Your Honor, I believe is the difference there is a $55 late fee.
All right, so you have
2137 is the
20,
late
you
fee.
have 2137.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. All right, ma'am, how are you going to get that paid?
So I can pay it by the end of next month plus the next month's rent. I'm currently working for General Motors as well, and we're dealing with this strike issue. I can have half of it by next week and then the rest of it by next month.
Okay, so when you say next week,
Friday.
of the 27th?
Yes.
Okay. And you said half of it, so about 15 or no, 1,000, whatever, about 1,100 or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. And you can have that by next week when?
Friday.
Friday?
Yes, sir.
And then to get the other part of this amount, how long will that take you, ma'am?
I can get it in November. I'd say the second week in November because I'm going to have another lot rent due the first week as well. So I don't know how. I think they won't let us pay payments like that when we pay it online. So I would have to have my first or my November month lot rent plus what I owe in arrear.
I know. I got you. Okay. Okay, let me do this then. And I'm going to do the same thing because I can't think of anything better to do at this point. But I'm going to issue a judgment for possession, no tribal issue after hearing for the 2137. Okay. Now, ma'am, if you had to, how soon could you have that total amount paid if you had to do it?
By the second week of November. I did sign up for, I believe it's United Way.
Okay. To
For
try
help?
to get some.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Here's what I'm going to do in this case because you actually work for GM. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to grant that judgment. Maybe if strikes and miracles are miracles, but certainly over the objection of plaintiff. But I'm going to give you to November 9th to get that paid. Okay.
That includes November, Your Honor?
Pardon?
That includes November?
Well, here's going to be the problem. I think the way her payments are probably coming out, she's got to try to clear November. It's going to be a week out longer to get November in. Am I right, ma'am, from what I'm hearing from you?
Yeah.
So if you want me to include November, I'd give her another week out because I get it because of the checks that she's getting. So
Your Honor, if she can make the half payment next week and then the difference on the 9th, November rent on the 16th, then I would say let's go ahead and do that.
Is that
Will that work
including?
for you, ma'am?
Yes, is that including the November payment as well?
Yeah, you make your November payment on November 16th.
Oh, okay.
Can you do that?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, then I will. Let me just do this. So she's gonna do the half by next week, I'll just say by the 27th. And then the other half by the 9th. Is that what we're doing? And then the
Yes.
16th?
Yeah.
Okay. Then one half by November 9th. And then the balance by the 16th. Judgment includes November rent. Okay. I think I've got that down. I'll sign that judgment when it comes in, so we have all the terms and everything. Okay, Ms.
Thank you,
Gonzalez,
Aaron.
that'll work for
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Have a great weekend.
Thank you as well.
Northfield Crossing versus Cheryl Ritz.
Not checked in.
Not checked in. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's rent to retain of $2,418.66, cost of $174 for a total due of $2,592.66. And we'd ask for a default possession only judgment with writ to issue in 10 days.
Judgment to the plaintiff. That's by default for possession, redemption amount, any amount requested, writ issue 10 days. Northfield Crossing versus Mary Ziegler.
Not checked in.
Not checked in. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's rent to retain of $1,308, cost of $174, total due $1,482, and we request entry of a default possession only judgment with writ to issue in 10 days.
Judgment to the plaintiff by default for possession, redemption amount, any amount requested, writ issue 10 days. River Ridge versus Carol Ziegler.
And Your Honor, my client received the payment on this case this morning, and so we are in the clear to close this matter down and release the escrow back to this Amanda Navavasic. That's how her name is pronounced.
All right. Yeah, I didn't call all the names. So Ziegler, Navavasic, and Klaus.
I'm
Hello,
Nava
folks.
Basic and
Yep.
Klaus is here.
Yep, we're here.
Okay, you're here. So this was the sale of the home, I think, and something was going on. And so everything's set. The case, what were we doing? Dismissing the case, releasing the escrow to the defendants.
That is correct. Yes, I don't think we never got a judgment on this. So yes, dismissal of the case, Your Honor, releasing the escrow to defendants.
Yeah, because they did give me the paperwork that and even proof that the broker had already issued the payment to River Ridge through the price of the sale of the home.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do on this, because the receipts came in Miss Navavasic's name. So I'm gonna dismiss the case, release escrow to defendant 2. And that's you, Miss Navavasic, okay?
Thank you.
All right, so I'm gonna release it to you, because I don't know, I'll release it to that Klaus guy, and I don't know, he may not give it to you. I mean, he looked kind of shifty, so. What'd you say?
I don't know how to get it out of him. My kids will. Too.
Yeah, I know, but I don't want you to have to go through all that effort. Okay, let me just check real quick, because I know the last time we were, how soon? If they.
I want to tell you that it's already made its way to Celine, because that was the problem.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so Celine already has the money, so I don't know that they can do it today, but I would assume on Monday.
Okay. So the money's already made it to Celine, our Celine Corps.
Yeah, I was having fights with them about that.
Okay, well, don't fight with them because
Oh, I was
nothing good
calling
comes
her,
out of that.
asking about it, and she was refusing to even inquire on it, which is part of her job to inquire on this stuff. She was being snobby and everything to me, and goes, "Well, you know what? I can just hang up the call." And I'm like, "You know what? I work in customer service too."
So it should be over there. So if you go over there nicely and ask, see if you can get a check to you on Monday, okay? And can we
Okay.
send a message? Because next thing I know, Miss Check will be fighting with somebody, then they'll have to take her in, and then it's a whole criminal case, and I don't want to deal with it. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Really appreciate
Thank
everything
you.
do.
You take care.
Yep.
River Ridge versus Tracy Couch. They have not checked in. You may proceed.
Thank
Did
you,
I
Your
read
Honor.
the
There
next one?
is rent to retain of $1,328, cost of $159, total due $1,487, and we request entry of a default possession only judgment with writ to issue in 10 days.
Judgment to the plaintiff by default for possession, redemption amount in the amount requested. Writ issue 10 days. River Ridge versus Ian Van Broda. Not checked in. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's rent to retain of $1,338, cost of $159, for a total due of $1,497, and we request entry of a default possession only judgment with writ to issue in 10 days.
I'm sorry. What was that amount? Count again.
1497.
All right. Judgment to the plaintiff. That is by default for possession, redemption amount in the amount requested with the writ issue 10 days. Court calls the case of Sile Farms versus Daniel Barrera and Amberly Cronich.
And Your Honor, my client confirmed receipt of the $5,738.16, Your Honor, ordered be paid. Therefore, my client considers this matter resolved. I don't have the authority to set aside the default judgment as I believe it was properly taken. So I would request that that stand, but I would defer to Your Honor with that.
So they've received a total 5,738.16. Was that, I'm just trying to make sure my calculations. I think we came up with that number understanding that there was 1624 in escrow. So the escrow
That's
should
correct.
go to plaintiff. Okay.
Yeah.
That
Yes.
amount got paid. Ms. Barrera, state your name, please. We didn't mean to
Yes.
ignore you. Are you driving?
I am picking my daughter up from school, yes.
Okay, I have to
Yeah.
have you stationary, but that's okay. Don't worry about it. Just drive. Don't look at anything. Here's what I'm going to do. That's all been paid. I'm going to release the escrow
Okay.
to plaintiff. And then I'm going to, because you've done what you did, I didn't know if you'd get there. I'm going to set aside the over plaintiff's objection. I'm going to set aside the judgment. And dismiss the case. Okay,
Thank
ma'am?
you. Yeah, thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Drive safely.
Thank you, I will.
Have a good weekend.
You too,
All
thank
right.
you.
I think I only have one more left.
I believe it's the Arbor Woods case we passed on earlier, Your Honor.
Yes, Vaughn and Duke.
Yes, and my client did confirm receipt, Your Honor, of the $1,400.
So it's 643 that's owed. And folks, you said
Yes.
get paid.
Bi-weekly.
Okay, you get paid bi-weekly. So
Right.
your next check is going to be when?
I get paid Thursdays. I'll get paid November 2nd.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Kevin, you don't say much, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay, all right. Now, like he's
I
letting
pay
her
the
do all the
rent. He
talking.
pays the other bills. So this is kind of all on me right now.
Okay, all right, that's okay. Here's what we'll do. Since they acknowledge receipt of that amount, there's 643 left. So I'm going to issue a judgment after hearing for that amount, the 643. Okay. And then, so what I'm doing is I'm locking in that figure. So this doesn't include your November,
Okay.
right? And I'm going to indicate that a writ can't issue until after November 3rd. And that's over the plaintiff's objection, but that gives you time to get that paid. So that's done. And you got to get yourself moving toward November.
Right.
Fair enough?
Thank you.
All right. Will that work?
That works, Your
Yes, sir.
Honor.
All right. Did Kevin, he actually said something, didn't he?
Yes, I did.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna quit messing with you. You guys are my last case.
All right.
All right.
Thank
Okay.
you.
You guys have a great weekend.
You too.
Thank
All
you, Your
right.
Honor. Have a wonderful weekend yourself.
You do the same.
Thank
All
you.
right. That's it for us, right? Oh, no, I have a search warrant, don't I?
But the officer hasn't, signed in yet, so.
All right, but that's it for our, that's it for the 14A1. Stands adjourned. Go Terps.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good weekend.
Oh.